So I had this happen to me when I was 8 or 9, but I'll always remember it like it was yesterday. I was sleeping in bed and woke up to not being alone. But here's the thing. I would always sleep with my door shut and the covers over my face. Also, no one else in the room. But when I woke up, I felt that sensation of not being alone. Right? 8 or 9-year-old me laid there for a few minutes, but it never went away. Curiosity got the best of me, and to this day, I really wish I didn't pull the covers away from my face. And I really wish I hadn't there in front of me, above me, in my bed, was this white mask, like an opera mask, with no facial features, just eyes, not like eyes you can see, but like the eyes of the mask just pitch black. If you ever had the feeling that you can't do anything scared, like no moving, screaming or crying, that kind of fear, then you know how I felt. I laid there for what felt like minutes, staring at this thing, this face mask, whatever, till I got back my senses, covered my face, and again laid there in shock. Like I already wasn't. But after a few minutes, past the sense of calmness, I felt like whatever it was left. And again, but this time, I sat up and looked around my room for it to be gone. At this given moment, I was chilled. There was another time I saw it was when I was a lot older in high school, and I would go spend the night at friends' places. This weekend I spent a few days at a friend's place, and when I was done and got home, I was carrying my stuff back to my room. So my hallway is like this. There's a main hall, then a hall attached to the main, my hallway. So you would have to turn the corner to go down my hall, and there, like the face again in front of me, I jumped back to look at my parents and look back for it to be gone in seconds. I'll never forget what I saw, and I think I never will. When I was a baby, my mum was taking a nap whilst I slept in my cot. She was half asleep when she saw a man walk into the room, take his cap off and place it on the nightstand. Thinking it was my dad, she asked, "You're home from work early?" He never replied. When she opened her eyes, no one was there and no cap was on the nightstand. When I was around 5 or 6 years old, I walked downstairs early in the morning before anyone was awake to get myself something to drink. Our old kitchen was a horrible orange colour with these horrible sheer orange curtains that you could see through. When I walked into the kitchen, I saw a man/boy sitting on the windowsill, knees up to his chest. I could see him through the curtains, but not clear enough to see much detail. I remember running back up the stairs as fast as I could, jumping on top of my sleeping sister. My mum and sister always remind me of that story and are shocked when I tell them I remember it vividly. My sister also reported that she used to hear one of the dining room table chairs scraping along the floor most nights when we were all upstairs in bed. When I was around 8, we moved to a new house. Few things happened to me there. The bathroom tap was one of those old generic taps that you have to twist to turn on. One day, I remember suddenly realising that I could hear gushing water coming from the bathroom next to my bedroom. When I investigated, I found the bathroom twisted all the way on, to the point where it took me a good 20 seconds to turn it off completely. I didn't see anyone go into that bathroom. I also had a recurring nightmare when I lived in that house, which I would dream about once every month or so. I only found this out recently, but my mother and sister both reported seeing a dark shadow moving across the wall on the upstairs hallway towards my bedroom and disappearing once it reached my open doorway. They reported seeing this separately on multiple occasions. One night in that house, when I was around 10 years old, I had come back from a bike ride with my father around autumn time. A car had driven through a puddle and absolutely soaked the both of us. My dad went into the kitchen to make himself a cup of coffee, whilst I sat on the sofa to watch TV. I suddenly felt a chunk of my wet hair drop onto my shoulder, as if it had been picked up in the air. When I looked at it, I saw the chunk was slowly unravelling, as if it had been picked up and twisted around someone's finger. Months later, I told my mum the story, to which she freaked out and told me how her father, who had died of cancer around a month before the incident, used to sneak up behind her and twist her hair as a child to make her jump. We moved to my current home when I was around 12. A lot of stuff went on in that house, and I always felt a heavy presence. We had laminated flooring in our living room, and one night whilst my parents were out shopping, I heard something being dragged slowly across the floor. I figured it must have been my cat pawing at a plug that was lying on the floor. We had a floor lamp which was almost always unplugged. I thought this up until my parents came home. When my mother opened the door, I heard her say, "Come on then, in you come." She was speaking to my cat, who had been outside the entire time they were out. I've had my feet scratched whilst I've been trying to sleep. I've heard loud, heavy footsteps walk through the kitchen in the middle of the day, thinking my dad had come home from work early. I've heard my mother call my name, or cough, or sigh, when she hasn't been home. I've seen black shapes moving towards me from the corner of my eye. I'm not sure if these incidents are unrelated, or if I'm being followed by something specific. My mum is a believer in the spiritual practices, and she decided to practice smudging and saging, the burning of a stick of sage to cleanse negative energy and invite positive energy. I wouldn't class myself as a Wiccan/pagan, but I definitely believe the practices to an extent. Ever since my mother saged the house, the experiences have stopped, and I no longer feel a dark presence. I still have the odd experience every now and again, but I no longer feel haunted. I hope whatever may have been connected to me is gone for good. When I was a teenager, me and two friends were helping my mom bring in the groceries. It was dusk in late summer, and the sky was getting dark. Out of thin air, a massive black dog appeared. It was the size of a very, very large wolf. But it wasn't a wolf, as it was clearly a black dog of some sort. It looked very much like the Grim from Harry Potter. It's the closest thing I can describe it. We all froze and stared at it. It happened super fast. It was just standing there in between us and the car, looking at us. What made it a supernatural event was that the dog was a holograph, or at least it appeared that way. The outline of its body seemed to glow and shift, almost like a computer glitch. Its eyes also seemed to glow, with a yellow light from within. Then it ran straight into the side of the house and disappeared into thin air. Me and my friends all looked at each other like, "Did you see that?" Obviously, the black dog is an omen and is popular in European folklore. I'm in the US. But does anyone have any other insight on the great black dog? Anyone else seen it or know what it means for it to appear? My mentor is an old-time medicine man who's practiced for over 60 years. Nobody would think anything of him except he's old and odd. He doesn't care what people think about him. I met a co-worker who had a brother and son who killed themselves a few days apart. A niece tried to hang herself in his garage 2 years ago. She died later, driving drunk into a tree. This guy was afraid of losing more family. Nobody on his res could help. He happened to mention it to me, and I told my mentor. We went to my co-worker's house to look around. We said we'd come back that night when the evil ones were out. When my mentor prepares, he fasts, prays to Creator and all good in the universe. He doesn't talk much and gives thanks to all those who will stand with us against evil. It's like he becomes a different person. I do whatever he asks. It's my job. He told me to rust up, pray out all fear because we were going to face something very bad and powerful. We don't take much with us when we go. Mentor said this evil was too strong for sage or tobacco. It was demonic from the death world. We went to the guy's house that night. Mentor told me to watch over the family. He went out into a field alone. It was pitch dark, and he was gone for what seemed like hours. I waited and started to worry. Finally, he came back and said, tomorrow night will wait down the road. We spent the day praying hard, fasting and preparing. Medicine people have to see two worlds. We who help them must understand there's other realms. It was almost midnight when we left. We walked up and down off the road so passing cars couldn't see us. Mentor motioned me to stay behind him. We hid down in a ditch and waited for something to happen. I had the feeling Mentor knew what he was looking for, but I had no clue. Several cars went by, then it got really quiet. All I remember is seeing dim lights coming to our left. Mentor leaped out of the ditch and stood by the road. I stood behind him. He walked out on the road and stopped. The lights got closer. It was a big, black, old car like a Cadillac or Lincoln Continental. It wasn't a limo. What I noticed is that it didn't have any doors and the motor didn't sound like a regular car. I'm a mechanic on the side and know about cars. I've heard a lot about motors. This didn't sound like a real mechanical motor. What Mentor did next scared and fascinated me. The car stopped and dust started kicking up around it like it was trying to hide itself. Mentor walked around to the passenger's side. There was no glass in the windows or windshields. The car was running, but I couldn't smell gas fumes, oil, or exhaust. Something about it smelled like death. Mentor was praying low and seemed to go into a trance. He looked inside. I peeked over his right shoulder. I swear, if it weren't for prayers, I'd have fainted. I saw a clown sitting on the driver's side. It had messy, orange, afro-like hair, white face, mean smile like the Joker's, and dirty, ragged ruffles around its neck. I can't call it a man. I don't know what it was, but it was evil. I couldn't look at it very long. It had hypnotic power. I didn't want it to see me. It took all I had to break from it. Mentor was very closer to me. He didn't look at it. He just reached inside to the back seat. There were people sitting back there making the most awful whimpers I ever heard. I couldn't see their faces, but knew they were dead spirits. My whole head felt like it was plugged up. I couldn't hear, smell, or blink my eyes. It felt like I was floating and couldn't feel my feet. I just watched Mentor. He reached in, pulled out something with his right hand, waved his left hand over the passengers and prayed. I saw with my own eyes the passengers float out the back windshield, up toward the stars, and were gone. Mentor pulled out a roll of rope with a noose tied to the end of it. He showed me, and my throat felt tight like I was strangling. That clown began to laugh the most wicked cackle I ever heard. My throat began burning and I couldn't breathe. I fell to my knees, choking. Mentor put his hand on my shoulder and was praying for me. He handed me a Bible and a small cloth that I held to my stomach. It felt like I was going to vomit. My mouth was tingling. I started strangling, which broke into a cough. Then my lungs filled with air, and I started feeling better. The numbness left my head and body. I stood up and patted Mentor's arm. The clown's laughing turned into a horrible scream. We turned around, and that car was smoking like it was on fire. Bad smells were coming out of the smoke, like stale alcohol, blood, burning flesh, singed hair, and cigarettes. Mentor was right. It took all the strength we had and more to deal with this. My throat felt cold, then warmth came into my body as the scream faded. The car was gone. We were standing by the road as the sun was starting to rise. Mentor sang an old song as we walked back toward the guy's house. I just sat on the couch while Mentor told the guy what his relatives took. The guy said a lot of his family members died over the years in car wrecks, suicides, cancer, kidney disease, and alcoholism. He told the guy to move away and live well. Then we left. I must have slept for 2 days. I was exhausted. When I finally woke up, I was really hungry and forgot I hadn't eaten for 3 days at least. Mentor told me I did well and headed home. We still work together and don't take money for our help. Mentor says the way to pay us is by doing right and living the good ways. Nobody in that guy's family died tragically again. I shared our story with Mentor's permission. He said it was alright. People need to know about the dead, find out too late. Anyways, we live in a community, and at the end of my road there's a house that a family used to live in. The matriarch of the family passed away, and her grandsons and middle-aged kids are all morons. They hunt and take more than what they need. Rumours of sexual abuse, and they're just plain jealous, mean people. After the old lady died, my Uncle Russell and his wife Cecilia moved in. Things were good, and they started hearing things. They heard a growl in the backyard, something big banging against the old cars in the back. Feelings of being watched, and there's an old empty house beside the newer one they live in. They can't get themselves to go into that house. They said that they just get a weird, awful vibe from there. Well, this morning, Cecilia was outside, and something came walking into their yard. It was about 4 or 5 feet tall and walked on 2 legs. It had long, black, scruffy hair and smelt like a skunk. It growled at her, and she went running inside. They have 3 dogs, and 2 of them came running inside with their tail tucked between their legs. But the tiniest one went after it, and grabbed that dog and tore it all to hell, and took it to the bush. My uncle went after it with a rifle and couldn't find blood or a trail or anything. He came back and went to my grandparents' place, and told my grandfather what happened, and when they got there, that little dog was back. They said it hurt badly, and it was what looks like razor blade cuts all over it. My uncle said the wounds are like it was after the dog's wiener. He never saw animal wounds like that before, and we all avid outdoorsmen. My family is speculating that we think it's Indian medicine. It's like a kind of voodoo that bad people practice. They use it to gamble or to hurt people. But it's also good that it does too if the people that practice it are good. For example, we went to a sweat lodge because we had thought that someone put bad medicine on my dad, but that's another story. But while we were in this sweat, it's pitch black, and they pour water on these hot rocks that make it steam inside, and you're supposedly supposed to go to the spirit world. While we were in there, this old man's voice spoke up and wanted to talk to me, which was odd. So we sat there and this voice told me my language that I don't speak, and someone translated that my late girlfriend was outside, and she wanted to tell me that she loved me and believed in me. No one in that sweat knew anything about me. So that's just a little background on some of our culture. But now I'm at home and going to bless my home and clean my rifle, and my grandfather and I are going to go out back of that place to some old trails and leave moose bones from our last kill there with some trail cams set up. So hopefully we catch a pic of it, which I highly doubt. My family is not very religious, but my family believes in God. I went to church a lot while growing up, but I'm more towards the agnostic side now. However, several of my family members have claimed to see spirits, including my mom, cousin, and grandma. One of my aunts is apparently able to see them very well, but it terrifies her, so she doesn't talk about it. And last, but certainly not least, I'm no stranger to death. When I was 7, my dad passed away from lung cancer, and then one of my other uncles, not the one in the title, passed away in a motorcycle accident roughly 7 months after. In 2018, I went to see the Avengers Infinity War, the first Friday it showed with my mom and my best friend's mom, who's a family friend. After we watched it, I cried, huge Spider-Man fan. We went out to dinner, and we got to discussing my aunt and uncle who were living in DC. We talked about how my uncle hadn't looked very good the last time we'd seen him in March, and how he had surgery that day. I specifically remember saying, I don't know. I don't have a good feeling about it. He really doesn't seem well. I don't have a good feeling about what's happening with him. I'm not sure he's going to make it. We had no idea, but my uncle had very aggressive lung cancer. He and my aunts hadn't told any of the family yet. The very next day, my mom and I were doing yard work when my aunt called. I answered it and said hello, and my aunt, in a horribly calm and detached voice, said, "I need to talk to your mother." I went and handed the phone to my mom, who rolled her eyes because she didn't want to be on the phone, and watched. I had a sinking feeling in my guts already, and my mum confirmed it with a loud, "Son of a bitch!" My uncle had died in the night, and my aunt had found his body the next morning. I'll spare you all the details, but it wasn't a gentle passing, though it wasn't caused by the surgery he had. My mom and my other aunts immediately flew up to DC the next day to make sure my aunt wouldn't do anything drastic, since she lived in a penthouse apartment at the top of a very tall building. My mom told me later that she had to clean up the bathroom where he died, and it was very traumatic for her. Obviously, I had no way of knowing that he was that ill, but it was never set right with me that I hit the nail on the head so clearly, and less than 12 hours before. It's bothered me for 2 years now, since he passed in 2018. Truth be told, my mom was the one who had pointed out to me before how he hadn't been looking good, and once she did, I couldn't stop seeing it. We have a summer cottage in Tennessee that both my mom and cousin have claimed they've seen a spirit in. Both say they've seen a woman in an old-style dress. My cousin said Victorian, but I'm not sure how well she knows each era's clothing style, so I'm not 100% sure on that, within the house. My cousin told me she didn't seem malicious, and more that she was warning us of something. I've never seen this spirit, and it hasn't popped up in a few years. But once when I was in this house completely alone, I heard footsteps. Then an hour later, I heard the sound of breathing next to me. I knew it wasn't the AC because it turns on very loudly, and this was just breathing. After that incident, my mom and cousin didn't see the spirits anymore. I've always been more skeptical, but I always remember these occasions and others. One night, something huge crashed into the wall of my bedroom and woke me up. I knew I hadn't imagined it because my dog woke up and started barking like crazy, which terrified me because my window was open and I didn't want anything breaking in. I grabbed him and held him until he settled down. The next morning, there was no tree branch or animal footprints in the dirt. My house looked completely normal, and I know it was probably an animal, but the crash was huge. It made my bed shake, and there was no evidence that anything had ever happened. Suffice to say, I don't sleep with my windows open anymore. One time, I dreamt about my dad while I was sleeping. He was exactly the same as he had been while he was alive, and he was telling me that he had been taking care of Cliffy, our old dog who had passed before my dad did. My family told me it was him visiting me, but I haven't ever really dreamed about him since. I've gotten strong emotions and feelings about him, and my mom says he talks to her sometimes during emergencies. She told me that when Hurricane Irma was approaching Florida, he told her to leave, and so she packed us up and we fled the state. Irma hit just south of us and flooded our yard and barn and my car, which we had left behind. We'd been debating whether to leave or not before that because my grandma lives with us and travelling is hard on her, so we tried not to do it unnecessarily. Our property was without power for over a week in hot, humid September, but we were safe in Tennessee. I think I'm rambling at this point, but I wanted to share and see what you all think. Again, I am more skeptical, but I'm beginning to wonder about things. With Halloween approaching, my family and I were having a little Halloween party, and stories were getting shared. Anyway, a story came up from my childhood that brought up a lot of repressed memories of something we've never been able to explain. I got the urge to share. Maybe someone will have more insight. We're from Utah, and when I was 5 or 6 years old, we took a road trip in a rented camper we got to California. There's this specific area around Nephi, Utah, that had some kind of massacre in the mid-1900s. All I know is that some kind of mass murder occurred out there, and all of the bodies were buried in the desert area off of I-15 in a mass grave. Needless to say, it's an eerie part of Utah, and that main highway travels. Anyway, we were on our way back. I was sitting in the front seat next to my mother. My dad was driving. We were coming through Nephi, Utah, near the massacre area. All of a sudden, my dad starts to get a little panicked and tells my mom to lean over and look into his side view mirror. I did as well. What we saw was the back of the trailer door was flapping open and shut in the wrong direction. To give a visual, the back of the trailer was a single door that opened from the right side, and the door hinges were on the left. The door was swinging back and forth off of the hinges. The most impossible way. Freaked out, my dad pulls the trailer over, thinking something was broken. We get out of the trailer off the side of I-15. It's late evening. The sun is starting to go down and there were no cars around. We go through the door and look at it. The hinges were latched in perfect condition. We were completely baffled. We knew what we saw, and it made zero sense compared to what we were staring at now. No signs that it was even capable of doing that, and no defects. We stood there for about 15 minutes, rechecking everything. All of a sudden, this green Oldsmobile car pulls up probably 100 yards behind us. We originally thought someone was stopping to see if we needed any help. These three massive Polynesian guys get out of the car. They just stood there for a sec, staring at us. Then they walked to the back of their car, looking at their trunk as if something was wrong with their car as well. All I remember is that I had the most terrified feeling arise in my body. I was scared. I looked at my parents just to see what they were going to do with the situation. I saw the same look on both of my parents' faces. Fear. Something didn't feel right about this situation, and my parents felt it too. My mom whispers for me to get back in the trailer. I ran in there so fast, she wasn't going to tell me twice. I was watching out the window as my dad was trying to hurriedly get everything secured back up. The three guys noticed my parents trying to get back to the trailer, and all three start, what I remember and thought of it as, marching quickly towards our trailer. My parents ran into the trailer, started it up, and my dad gunned it out of there before the guys could get to the trailer. It was pretty creepy, and I always wondered what would have happened if we hadn't gotten out of there. I've always thought something bad would have happened. Flashback to my freshman year at med school. I chose a very niche, we were in 5 students at most, psychology class at my elective course, and we were right away informed that the professor who used to teach those classes had suddenly fell ill and wouldn't be able to be there on the first few weeks, but would return as soon as her health improved. I'd never heard of it before, so I wasn't really that disturbed. Kept on living my freshman life, and that includes campus parties. In one of them, a couple of months later, I met a journalism major. Found out he was friendly with a very close childhood friend of mine, and we exchanged numbers. We ended up never really seeing each other after that day, but we chatted for a few weeks, and we eventually got to the "tell me about your family" talk. He then tells me his mom was a professor at the psychology department, but wasn't teaching at the moment due to recently diagnosed cancer. Yes, she was the professor that was supposed to teach the course I was taking. A sad coincidence that made the following psych classes a lot more gloomy. A few months later, at the end of my freshman year, I'd already lost touch with the journalist by then, I had something completely out of my routine to do on the other side of town. And keep in mind, this all happened in the biggest city in the country, on a Saturday morning, and took the bus home. Eventually, an old man got in and sat by my side. I had a fiction book by one of my favourite authors with me, and the old man said he chose that seat because that was his daughter's favourite book. He said he was feeling a bit lost because she was terribly ill, and the sight of that book made him think of how she was before she got sick. He then told me he always thought he'd be the one that had cancer, as he worked with chemicals at factories in a time when people didn't really care about work safety. I asked him when he worked there, because my late grandpa was also a chemist at the same factory, and it turns out they were actually co-workers for some time. As the elderly usually do, he got excited by the back in the old days talk and started telling me more about his career and his family. When I told him which college I went to, he asked me if by any chance I knew his daughter, a psychology professor there, and told me her name. Yes, there she was again. A few days later, I got the formal email that she'd passed away, and it felt so weird that her life and mine had so many intersections. I flirted with her son, who's my childhood friend's friend. I met her father in a completely random scenario because I was unknowingly reading her favourite book, and found out he had been my grandfather's work colleague 40 years before. I chose her class to take as an elective, a small and niche course with 5 students per year. All of this happening in a city with 12.8 million inhabitants. And I never got to meet her. It feels like I've barely missed the opportunity of meeting someone I had at least 3 different life paths that would lead us to meet. Do y'all believe in coincidences? The first one would be in our house in Australia. The house was fairly old, but not crazy old. All the activity would happen in one room. My sister, when she was really young, walked into my parents' room late at night to ask my parents where the old lady was talking to her. My mum apparently freaked out because they claimed to have seen an old lady walk around the door to the room. Fast forward 10 years and I trade rooms with my sister to that room with the lady sightings. At the time, I didn't know about this ghost lady because my parents didn't want to scare me. Every other night, my radio would turn on to a specific station. Can't remember now. At a really high volume, about 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. It would always scare me because it was so loud and woke me up. There were times I got up to turn it off and it would turn back on. My parents took it off me because it would still turn on even when unplugged to the same radio station. At the time, I was a naive 10-year-old, so my parents didn't tell me about the lady until I was older. It all makes sense, since all the sightings and radio drama was only in that one room. To add, none of my family is religious or anything involving believing, but when it happens firsthand, it's hard to deny. When we moved to New Zealand, where I experienced another, I was sitting there watching TV when I saw a teenage-looking girl outside walking between/behind 2 bushes. I remember it clearly that the body/dress was white and the hair was long and black. I know, stereotypical movie look, but I remember vividly. It didn't seem to walk across the bushes, but almost float, as in no head bobbing associated with walking. I couldn't see the legs because they were behind the bush. I ran outside excited, thinking my sister was home. Nobody was there. I go inside to find my sister doesn't come home until 2 more hours. It was 3 p.m. We live rural, sort of on a farm. Nobody was walking on our property, especially from the direction it came from, where there's a fence with a drop off to the road. You can only get on the front lawn from the opposite direction. About 7 years later, I heard my dad talking to my mum about a girl he saw when we first moved here to the same exact description, in a spot 5 meters from where I saw her. We both haven't seen her since. Spooky. He couldn't believe it when I said I saw something the same at about the same time that many years back. Lastly, I'm part Maori. In Maori beliefs, a fantail, New Zealand native bird, will fly into a house building and will signify bad luck or death. It's happened to me about 5 times, or when I'm alone. Every time, a family member has passed away within a week. 5 times isn't a coincidence at this point. Must be my Maori ancestors trying to tell death is on the way. I'm not religious. I'm not a believer of stuff, nor a denier. I just go with the flow and let things show themselves before I make up my mind about what's real and what's not. But it's hard to deny things with the experience I've had at this point. Thought I should share. I don't talk about it in person. People think you're crazy. Hope you enjoy my stories. They'll stay with me forever, probably. I would also like to add I have a greenstone necklace, Maori thing, that was blessed by my papa. I hadn't worn it for a few years, and before bed one time I had this feeling, an urge to wear it like it caught the corner of my eye. I wore it to bed, and that night in my mum's dream, she got a visit from her grandfather, my papa's dad. He told my mum everything will be alright. Within a year, my papa, my mum's dad, died of cancer. Also, when my mum and her sister were walking with my papa to get their greenstone blessed, they both looked at each other and were shocked to find they could both feel the necklace in their hands, beating like a heart. Both at the same time, and similar if not the same beat. I was walking with them. It was weird. One night, my sweet mate Brian and I were getting ready for a thirsty Thursday, or something of the sort when it happened. We were close friends and shared a suite with a Vietnamese couple that we barely knew, Hazel and Richie. That being said, we're in front of the double vanity mirror that's located outside and to the left of the bathroom, which has a toilet and a tub in it, no sink. When Brian decides to head into the bathroom, at that point, we were playing music as we were getting ready. I heard the door slam and Brian yelled out, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry," as he runs back to the vanity with his hands over his mouth. He whispers, "I almost just walked in on Hazel, dude. She was like, no, and slammed the door back on me." He was obviously embarrassed at the awkwardness, especially because Hazel and Richie were quiet, polite, and private people. I jokingly teased, "Damn, don't you fucking knock, dude?" Anyway, I was done before him, so I told him I would head downstairs to the lobby and wait up for our other friends who were supposed to be coming down to meet us too. After a few minutes of people watching students' badges into the dorm, my jaw suddenly flooded. I fucking see Hazel and Richie walking into the building, holding a shit ton of ShopRite bags. I instantly got that shit out your heart feeling that you get on a steep roller coaster drop. As they get into the elevator and it closes up, the one next to it dings open, and I can see Brian standing there. I can tell by his face that he immediately notices something's wrong. As fast as I can possibly get words out of my mouth, I say, "Dude, Hazel and Richie just fucking walked by." Now he's seriously confused and says, "What are you talking about? Hazel just freaked out on me, remember?" I tried to keep my shit together and told him that couldn't have been Hazel because I just saw her and Richie walk in. His eyes widened and turned around to viciously start pressing the elevator button. We rush upstairs and crash into the room like a SWAT team. Hazel and Richie are in the kitchen unpacking their groceries, and the bathroom door is wide open, lights off, and no hissing of a toilet that had recently been flushed. We inspected the bathroom, but there was nothing there, no sign of anyone having just been in it. Brian and I are fucking shook at this point. He runs into the kitchen freaking on Hazel, asking if he just walked in on her in the bathroom like 10 minutes ago. She gives him a confused look and motions to their groceries, pointing out they just got here right before we did. After some research, we figured out that we may have been dealing with a jinn entity, which have been said to sometimes inhabit bathrooms. A little bit of backstory here. This was the final straw in a string of events that led us to believe that this room was seriously haunted. From human-like knocking and noises in the walls to random baby cooing, amongst other things. We already had our suspicions about not being alone in this apartment. Also, one of my friends was an RA, warned me about that apartment as he lived there 2 years before I did and experienced some seriously spooky shit too. He knew I was living there because of a video I posted on my Facebook at the time that hosted noises coming from my room that were creeping me out. My family and I lived in town until about the time I was 10 or 11. My parents found a larger house on 10 acres of land, about 20 minutes out of town, that they jumped at the chance to own, so we packed up and moved out. The house was built into a hill, so that from the front of the house it was 2 stories high, but from the other side it was 3, including the semi-finished basement and a deck to the 2nd story. The land was rolling grass hills. A small stream ran down the middle of the property and fed into a medium-sized creek at the bottom border of the land. Soon after moving in, my sister, 8 to 9 years old, and I started experiencing an uneasiness about the place. Note, we never really talked about this until later on in life. about college age, but we were both experiencing the same uneasy feeling, did the same behaviour when home alone, etc. The kitchen was open into a step-down den, which we used as the living room, and on the other side of the kitchen was an open door frame into the dining room. Whenever she or I were home alone at night, we would never be anywhere else in the house, except in the den, sitting in a reclining loveseat chair looking towards the TV, the opposite direction of the kitchen. We'd shut all the pull-down blinds on the glass doors out to the deck in the kitchen, as if we didn't want to see something in the reflection. And for absolutely no reason, we never looked towards the doorframe behind the kitchen. I would feel this sense of impending doom, like someone was staring right at the back of my head from that doorway, almost every single time I was home alone past sundown. I also had a very overweight orange tabby cat at the time, named Tiger. This cat was cool, just gave zero fucks, and mostly laid around in forts on the couch I would make out of throw pillows for him. On more than one occasion when I was home alone at night, in the living room watching TV, he would be laying on the couch, carpet etc. in the living room with me. I'd get a surge of uneasiness, more than the usual amount, and break out in a cold sweat, unmoving due to fear. Tiger would all of a sudden snap awake and stare straight at the doorframe behind the kitchen. His hair would puff up like cats do when they fight or whatnot, and this cat would sprint out of the room to the basement or behind the couch. And believe me, sprinting was super unusual behaviour for him. We would hear footsteps walking down the hallway upstairs, often pausing and then continuing, almost as if they were listening. I would try to sneak quietly to the front part of the house in order to look up the open staircase to the hallway upstairs to see what was making the sounds. And every time I did this, the steps would stop as if they knew what I was trying to do, and would soon resume once I was out of eyesight. I loved playing outside, and during the days would wander down the wooded creek at the bottom of the property and catch crawdads, build dams, etc. As soon as the sun would begin to set, the sense of doom would return. I'd sprint up the long hill back to the house because in my mind I knew. I just had this feeling that I could not be caught outside when the sun went down. As I would sprint back to the garage to go inside, I'd experience the same feeling that I would get from the door frame behind the kitchen. But outside, it would be coming from behind me in the woodline. I never would look back as I ran. I couldn't force myself to do it. I'd place things down, such as my flip phone or iPod, a pen I was using, etc., walk away to do something else, and would find that item not where I swear I just placed it. I had a little ADHD, so I would chalk this up to that, look all over for the thing, and then eventually find it in the place I swore I left it. It made me question my own sanity a little bit, to be honest. After a certain point of these happenings, I'd lose something and would just yell, "Give it back!" I guess out of desperation or annoyance, and soon after I would always find the item again. I have no idea. Additionally, soon after we moved into this house, I began to sleepwalk. My mother would often catch me coming down the stairs from my bedroom and would redirect me back to bed after I woke up and would come to. I never would remember sleepwalking, but would remember her waking me up on the stairs, or sometimes in the kitchen, and her taking me back to bed. Where it gets weird are the times she didn't catch me or was already asleep. Again, I never remembered the actual sleepwalking, but on multiple occasions when she didn't catch me, I would come to the half-finished basement. When I would wake up, it wasn't a groggy, coming out of sleep kind of waking. My eyes would snap open and I would be wide awake. I'd be standing, my nose about 1 inch in front of the closed door to this utility room underneath the stairs, just standing there, every single time. This is where I would snap awake, fight or flight response instantly kicking in, and I would sprint, crying and yelling, up the basement steps, up the normal steps, and fly into my parents' room totally freaked out. They would eventually calm me down and let me sleep in there for the rest of the night. Now this leads me to my actual bedroom. It was shaped like a capital L and was arranged in a way that at the top of the L was my closet, and at the other end of this L was my bed right next to the door. so that when I was lying in bed, I didn't have direct line of sight with the closet. Hopefully that makes sense. The closet door was one that had 4 panels, and when you pulled it open, the panels accordioned out in each side. We had new carpet put in shortly after moving in, so the closet door would slide audibly along the carpet when you opened it. It's important to note that under no circumstances would I ever leave the closet doors open, especially before bed. I was terrified of leaving them open. At night, I would lay in my bed, always curled up in a ball, with my face under the covers. It was very important to me to not have anything out of the covers for any reason. I'd be lying there slightly uneasy and begging for sleep to just take me, when I would hear the closet doors start to open. I would hear the sound of them sliding slowly along the carpet. I would hold my breath and try not to make any sound. The sliding would go in a pattern as if listening to see if I was awake. This happened multiple times. I'd freak the holy fuck out, and fast as lightning would fly out of bed, open my door, and run down the hall screaming to my parents. This happened so often, I started trying to wait longer and longer before I ran, as long as I could possibly keep my cool for, and one night, I decided this is the night I figure out what's happening. I waited under the covers, drenched in nervous sweat, waiting for the sliding to start. After a while, it did. Slowly, as if listening, I heard the scrape of the wood along the carpet. Then it would pause. After a little while, it started again, then another pause. I'm silently crying at this point, hand clasped over my open mouth, praying I wasn't making any sound. The third time it started, the sliding sound again, and I heard the creak the doors made as they would, when I would open them about the halfway mark. The sound of the squeak put me over the edge. I couldn't do it. I flung out of bed, scrambled to get the door open, screaming with sheer terror, and ran to my parents' room down the hall, for probably the 100th time since moving in. My mom was irritated, since this was such a regular occurrence, and took me back to my room to show me nothing is happening. She flips the lights on and shows me into my room. The closet doors were wide open. I panic. My mom blames it on me for forgetting to close them, but let me tell you, that would never have been the case. There's no way wind would have opened them because those doors were of good weight and were right across the carpet. At some point, there was this barn cat that started hanging around our deck and would always follow me around the yard when I was out. We fed it a bit, and it spent time between our house and the neighbours being like a quarter mile up the road. I liked the cat, and liked that I didn't have to be alone in the backyard. The cat, however, wouldn't follow me down to the creek. It would always stop at the same point on the way down the hill, and just refuse to come further. One day, with much coaxing, I finally got the cat to come to the creek with me, but it was pretty apprehensive about it. The next day, I went outside to play and saw buzzards circling. My heart dropped. I went to look, and it was the cat. Now we had coyotes out there, so I thought that's what got the cat. When I got to where it was, though, it hadn't been eaten. Its entire back half was skinned. I've never seen any coyote do that to something before, and it made me doubt that's what happened. I only looked for a second or two, then ran home crying. Still to this day, I feel so guilty about that cat dying. I feel like if I hadn't let it think it was okay to go to the creek, it wouldn't have done it on its own. I don't know. I had a medium-sized dog, Molly, who was a wild card. If she got loose, you'd be on the hunt forever in the car for her. She loved to be outside, and we had one of those dog leads where the middle screws into the yard, that we would let her out the front door onto. Getting her to come inside was always a challenge. You would have to go out to the middle of the tie-out and essentially reel her in like a fish, because when she saw you coming to get her, she would run the opposite side, rain or snow. I was home alone one evening. Per usual, I was in the living room, not looking towards the doorway. Molly was outside and had been for about 30 minutes, which is usually how long we would leave her. It was dusk outside. The sun was down, but it was still bright enough outside to see pretty far. I opened the front door, and Molly was right there by the door, which struck me as odd. Normally she would take off to the other end. Then I noticed not only was she on the close end of her leash, she was leaning into her collar, as if she was straining to come inside. I walked the 10 or so steps down the walkway to her, grabbed her collar in order to unhook her, and then I saw this thing. There was a downhill sloping from the front yard, and there were 2 apple trees about halfway between the hill and the road. Right between those 2 trees, almost in the complete shadows, was where I saw it. Now, I've seen coyotes, and the only way to rationalize this in my mind was that it was some kind of sick coyote. It was the shape of a dog with an emaciated looking body, and I swear it didn't have fur or even skin. It looked like I was seeing its muscles on the outside. It appeared to not have a bottom jaw, and I swear it seemed as if its head was upside down. The pointy ears were pointed towards the ground. Like honestly, I have no idea what I was looking at. My brain almost didn't register it or something. I only looked at it for about 10 seconds. Molly's unhooked colour in one hand and the lead in the other. A sense of panic and doom overtook me. I promptly let go of her collar and managed to quietly get out the word, "Run." She bolted straight into the house, and so did I. I still can't figure out what I was looking at, and I'm not sure if I want to. My parents eventually moved to Florida for my dad's job, right before my senior year of high school. I stayed with my grandma to finish out my last year with friends. I've never been back to the house, and once I moved out, I haven't sleepwalked since. It all began when I was a child. My childhood wasn't very great in the beginning because my father was, and probably is, a total monster and asshole. He was often drunk and beat my mother. Finally, she decided to run away from him. She took me with her because she didn't want to leave me with him alone. We packed our stuff when he was at work and ran from that place. We fled to my grandma and my aunt. They lived in a village far away from our old home. But there we were safe. It was the first time I met them, and I quickly fell in love with both of them. They were really nice and cool people. A bit weird at first sight because of their hobbies. They were interested in occultism, magic, and witchcraft. Even the house they lived in looks magical. It was old and beautiful, but at night it could be scary. But soon I began to feel very comfortable in the house. My mother, on the other hand, didn't like it. She was still afraid that my father could find us, and she hated that occult stuff, although she grew up with it. My family was not usual. My grandma told me stories that her ancestors were magicians and witches. My grandpa, who I've never met because he died a long time before my birth, was a demonologist who did research in paranormal stuff. It sounded wild and straight up out of a fantasy book, but I loved it, and soon I began to believe in that stuff. My grandma also told me stories about ghosts, demons, and other creatures, and that there are ones who live in the house. At first I was a bit afraid, but my grandma told me that there isn't anything I have to be scared of, but I had to follow some rules. There was a room which belonged to my grandpa. He used it for studies. In this room and the cellar, I was not allowed to go in. A few weeks passed by, and I got used to the beautiful and slightly creepy house. But I always had the feeling that someone was watching me. Soon I began to see things, shadows and little movements. It creeped me out in the beginning, but my grandma told me that I shouldn't be afraid. It's just Thomas. Thomas was a ghost who was haunting the house. She told me that he lived here and passed away many years ago. He's harmless, and if I should see him, I can greet him. That would make him happy. And she was right. Thomas was very harmless. But soon I saw other things, and not all of them were nice and friendly. I remember my first encounter with one of the entities that scared me for the real. It was my first summer with my grandma and aunt. My aunt had a big and friendly dog called Teddy. We played in the backyard of the house. It was a hot day, and my aunt said that she would get us something to drink. Teddy followed my aunt everywhere, so he went with her inside. I waited outside. Near the house, there was a little forest. I remember that I stared a while in the direction of it, and then I saw someone who came out of there. At first I thought it was a hiker, but the person didn't look like that. It was a very tall man who wore a black coat, a black scarf and a hat. I couldn't see his face, and his clothing didn't match up with the hot weather. He must be hot. He came straight up to our yard and stopped right before the fence. He didn't do anything, just stared in my direction, and then he called my name. I know that this sounds unbelievable, but I know what I saw and heard. He waved at me and called my name over and over again. His voice sounded smooth and kind. I don't know why, but I wanted to go closer. And then suddenly, Teddy ran past me and barked at the man. Teddy was a friendly dog who was happy about every visitor, but this day he behaved differently. The barkings were aggressive and he growled. It was like he wanted to protect me. My aunt ran out of the house too as she heard Teddy's barking. I remember how I turned around to her. She was confused because it was the first time she'd seen her dog like that. She asked me what happened and I told her that this strange man, all in black. But when I turned around, the man was gone. And with gone, I mean he was vanished into thin air. We couldn't see him anymore. Maybe he went back into the forest, but that was impossible because he couldn't be that fast. So we couldn't see him anymore. Teddy stared for a while to the forest and growled silently. My aunt tried to shut him, but for the first time, he didn't listen for a while. She then asked me again who this man was. I told her again what I saw and what I heard. Although she didn't see him, she became afraid. We went inside the house and my aunt checked more than once the backyard through the windows. I was scared too. I didn't know this man, but he knew my name, and then his winter clothes. It was a weird and creepy moment, but it doesn't end there. After that, sometimes I could hear the voice of the man. He called me even when I was in the house, and it seems that only I could hear it, no one else. I got nightmares out of nowhere. I woke up with scratches over my arms. There were cold spots in the house, and Teddy behaved weird. He began to look in corners where nothing was. He barked and growled aggressively more often. Notice that there was already something paranormal in the house, and Teddy was used to stuff like that. My grandma noticed quickly that something was wrong, and she and her daughters had a talk, what they should do about it. My mother wanted to leave, but there was no place where we could go. My grandma, on the other hand, decided to solve the problem in her own way. She prepared rituals and spells and other magical stuff. Well, the problem was solved quickly, but before that, there was a night that I can't forget. It was a Saturday, and we watched TV as suddenly loud noises came from upstairs. It sounded like very heavy steps. Teddy began immediately to growl. We didn't make a move, we just listened. The steps got faster, and then it sounded like someone was running. My mother took me in her arms. She was afraid. I think we all were, although my grandma didn't show fear. The noises stopped for a moment, and then we heard them going down the stairs. My grandma immediately stood up and went out of the living room. I heard her saying things. I don't remember what kind of word she said, but it sounded like she threatened someone, or in the case, something. And then the smooth voice began to call my name again, but this time we could all hear it. The growling of Teddy became louder, and the words of my grandma also got very aggressive. And suddenly, it became quiet. For the following events to give you a better understanding, I have to mention that the door to the cellar isn't far away from the living room. The next few minutes, it was very quiet. My grandma mumbled something, and we thought that it was over. But then loud knocking, which came from the cellar door, started. The door was locked and it sounded like someone was trapped in there. And then the knocking was followed by loud, creepy laughter. I can remember it clearly, and it scares me and brings tears to my eyes. Till this day, I'm afraid of this voice, of this laughter and banging, but luckily, I never heard it again after that night. I also never saw that strange man again. I didn't sleep in this night and had sleeping problems the following ones. But after that, my life was normal again. Just my grandma, my aunt and her dog, my mom, and a few friendly ghosts and me. Over the years, occultism and paranormal things became a hobby for me. It runs in the family. I was hoping to find out who or what this man was. An evil ghost? A demon? Something else? I really don't know. But to be honest, I don't know if I want to know the truth about this thing. The only thing that I know is that this man was dangerous. He wasn't like Thomas, whose worst habit was to lose things down if he was in a bad mood. And a few years ago, I saw for the first time the cellar of the house. I was hoping that maybe something was down there that is somehow connected to this entity because it vanished in the cellar. Sadly, it wasn't that exciting, just old and useless stuff. Nothing paranormal, but I was still scared, I can tell you that. I've experienced a few paranormal things in my short life. Some were creepy, but harmless. Others were terrifying, and one experience haunts me since I was a child. It was the first time I saw something that I would describe as evil. And years later, I saw that evil being again. Just before I start with that, I wanted to say, and I say it in every post, that it's okay if you don't believe me. It's healthy to have doubts, especially with ghost experiences. But please don't be rude, okay? To be honest, for this story, even a part of me doesn't believe it and thinks that I lost my mind. But what happened? Well, a few weeks ago, my girlfriend and I visited my aunt and my grandma. We wanted to see if everything was alright. Because of the virus, times were difficult. My grandma and my aunt live in a beautiful old house near a little village. I spent a large part of my childhood there, and because of my family, I came into contact with occult things, magic, ghosts and such stuff. It runs in the family. It was sometimes a weird childhood, but all in all, very beautiful. At first, everything was normal on our visit. We talked about what's going on in our lives, and at one point, I decided to go outside and catch some fresh air. The others stayed inside. Near the house, there's a forest. You have a good look at it if you're in the backyard. I stared at the trees and noticed that something was moving between them. I couldn't see it very well in the beginning, but then it stepped out of the forest and I noticed it was an old friend. The thing, and I really mean thing, looks like a tall man in a black coat. But I know that it isn't a human being. It was just standing there and looking at me. It didn't move. The first time I saw it was many years ago. At this time, I was just a child and this thing scared me almost to death. I always asked myself, what would happen if I saw it again? Now I have the answer. My fear returned. I began to shake and felt like I was losing the ground under my feet. I felt sick and in the end I had to vomit. My girlfriend and my aunt joined me outside and asked me what was wrong. I couldn't answer in the beginning, it all just felt unreal. The man was gone. Later I told them what happened, that I saw the tall man from them again. Like me, they were scared. My aunt was there when I saw it for the first time. My grandma banished it from our house back then. My girlfriend knew the story, and she knows that I'm like a magnet for paranormal things sometimes. She was often with me when something happened, but she never saw me that scared. My grandma said it would be best if we go immediately. The days after that, my condition was not the best. I couldn't sleep well. I had terrible nightmares. Sometimes so strong and horrible that my girlfriend tried to wake me up. When I woke up, it took a while till I understood that I wasn't in danger, that I was at home in my bed. I was paranoid and couldn't concentrate very well. This went on for days. Even now, it's difficult for me to write this down. I stayed in contact with my aunt after that, but she said this thing didn't return. Honestly, I don't know what I should think about the whole thing. This whole situation is strange, and I can't express what I'm feeling. A part of me still believes that it was just my imagination. It feels like I'm going to lose my mind. I have to apologise that this experience isn't well written, but honestly, when I remember that situation, I can't think clearly. All I can say that I have experienced a few paranormal things. Some were really creepy, but the man in the black coat is the scariest thing I've ever seen. I don't know what it wants from me, or what it is exactly, or why he returned that day and vanished again after that. And again, if you don't believe me, that's okay. For a few months, I've been working as a scientist in forensic medicine. Death is always around us, and my workplace can be dark and scary sometimes. My department is the biggest one in the whole building. There are many rooms, mostly laboratories for a lot of different things. Funnily enough, beside me, there are only 2 other people who work in this department. Usually, I'm the first one who arrives at work. I like my work, but I can tell you that it is really creepy there when you're alone. It was Tuesday last week. My day started with the analysis of body fluids, like blood from dead people. I took the flies of the unlucky ones and went to the storage room, where we store the body fluids. On my way, I felt that something was strange. Something was different than the other days. But I shook the weird feeling off. I had work to do, so I couldn't concentrate on the weird feeling. So I went into the storage room and searched for the fluids. Then I returned to the laboratory. On the ground, they were laying other files, older ones from my boss. It seemed that someone had thrown them down. I picked them up and thought to myself that maybe I was at an accident. But there was that weird feeling again. It made me nervous, but I began with the analysis. In the beginning, everything was normal, but then it became weirder and weirder. I thought that I heard footsteps outside the laboratory, then behind me. And then I could feel that someone was standing behind me, but there was nothing. I didn't turn around, I was frozen. I closed my eyes and tried to calm down. In the past, I had many weird and scary encounters. I'm used to it, but I am still nervous and scared when something new happens. I felt that the thing behind me was watching me and the stuff I was doing. Then in the end, I could feel the breath of someone or something against my neck. It was very cold. I just wanted to run away, but I couldn't. I couldn't move my legs. After a while, that felt like hours, it disappeared and I could relax. I was happy when my colleagues showed up. I didn't tell them about the encounter. I've met too many people who made fun of me and the things I experienced. I pretended that nothing happened. This thing, whatever it was, never returned the days after that. And I hope it stays like this. According to my fiancée, it all happened when she was around 6 to 8 years old. She and her parents lived in an apartment next to an old church, where they often went. My girlfriend isn't religious, neither am I, but as a kid, she liked the organ music there. To her, it sounded mysterious, beautiful and fascinating, different from what she heard before. But that would soon change. A few years later, she woke up in the middle of the night because she heard something strange. Organ music, but it sounded weird. It wasn't beautiful anymore, it was scary and creepy and somehow wrong. And another strange thing was that the music sounded like it was very close. She told me that it was impossible, because you couldn't hear the organ music of the church outside. It scared her so much that she couldn't sleep anymore. After a while, the creepy music stopped and left her in fear. She asked her parents the next day if they could also hear the creepy music, but they both denied it. They told her that it was probably just a bad dream, and my girlfriend believed that. But she told me that it happened again the next few nights. She woke up because of the very loud and creepy organ music and got so scared that she couldn't sleep anymore. And that went on for almost 2 years. Not every night. It had no pattern from what I heard. For her, it was a very weird experience that left its mark. Every time when we visit her parents and stay overnight, she can't sleep well and has one nightmare after another. Well, I know what some of you are thinking. It was just a bunch of nightmares, maybe sleep paralysis, where she had a hallucination and heard things. But as someone who had experienced a few strange things, I believed her, and the feeling that something odd happened to her became stronger 2 years ago. She took me to a family meeting where I met a cousin of hers. We talked a bit to each other, and after a while we talked about strange experiences. Her cousin told me that years ago, when my girlfriend was a child, she stayed for a night at the apartments of my fiancé's parents to babysit, while the parents went to a theatre performance. Out of nowhere, in the middle of the night, she woke up and panicked, because she heard a very loud and creepy organ music that filled her with fear. She told me that it went on for almost an hour and that she could hear a quiet laugh when the music took a break. It was very interesting to talk to someone who also had experienced the same thing. I never had the pleasure to hear the creepy organ music when we visited her parents, but I hope that I can hear it someday, because I am curious and want to know what's going on there. The whole thing happened when my grandpa was around 23 or 24. At this time, he was in the middle of the studies, demonology and some natural sciences like chemistry and biology and physics. He was interested in such topics and worked very hard. One day, a professor he liked came to him and asked him if he would be interested to do some research with him and a few other students at the home of a family, which contacted him. My grandpa was very interested and joined the group. They spent weeks preparing, and finally he, two other students, and the professor visited the family at their home. My grandpa wrote that it was a big and beautiful house, suitable for 4 people with much space for the 2 children. They had a talk together, the parents and my grandpa's team. They told them the whole story of how it all started. To this time, they lived almost 10 years in the house. All the time, nothing has happened, but one day, their 8-year-old daughter began to see things and talk to the air. At first, the parents thought it was her imagination, and that most things she talked to were her invisible friends. But it got weird. The daughter seemed to become more and more scared of something. She couldn't sleep very well, had nightmares, and often asked her parents if they could make the child go away. At first, the parents thought that her brother is behind everything and annoys his sister, but he denied it every time. Every day, it became worse. The daughter didn't want to be alone anymore because she was scared of the child. Their son also began to experience things. He heard whispers and his toys began to disappear and appear again, completely destroyed. On some nights, the family was woken up by loud banging and other noises, but they couldn't find the source of the noise. They were all scared at this point, but there was one night they told the team they couldn't forget. The family was asleep, he wrote. The kids in their rooms, the parents on the couch in the living room. Out of nowhere, all doors in the kitchen began to open. The dishes in the cupboards were thrown out with violence, according to the homeowners. They could hear several footsteps running through the house, and the children also woke up. The whole family was in fear and immediately left the house. When they returned, most of the kitchen was destroyed, as well as a few things in the other rooms of the house. They couldn't find an explanation for the whole thing, but the daughter said that it was all the fault of the child. They didn't really believe in ghosts, but they also didn't know what they should do next. And someday, they came into contact with my grandpa's professor and asked him for help. He took a few students with him and decided to take a closer look. My grandpa wrote in his notes that they couldn't find anything weird at the beginning. It was just a normal-looking house with a normal family. The daughter didn't see anything, and also the son behaved normally, but soon they noticed many spots in the house that seemed strange, cold and dark. According to my grandpa, it was weird. Such a nice and warm-looking house and then such cold and threatening spots. They stayed one day and one night without the family at the house and tried everything to lure something out. In the end, they decided to try it with a Ouija board. They prepared and did everything to protect themselves, and when the night came, they started the session. My grandpa wrote that it took almost 2 hours till something happened. At first, it started slow. They asked normal questions and the answers were very unspectacular too. But then it got weird and confusing. The being they contacted named itself Oscar. It said it was a child, but after the presser asked how old Oscar is, the being began to insult the team. Oscar said horrible and disgusting things. My grandpa didn't write the insults down, but he mentioned that they were often racist and sexist, things a child would never say. And it got weirder and weirder. At some point, Oscar said he was a grown man. Then he was a woman, a teenager, an old man. He clearly wanted to annoy them, and something like that can be a huge problem in a Ouija session. If you want to try something like that, and you manage to contact something, and this being starts mocking you, then stop. Try to end the session. Oscar became more and more aggressive every minute, and one of the students panicked. A situation Oscar used to focus on the students, who got scared. This student was especially insulted by Oscar. He called him names, said things about how cruel his death will be, and this being even scratched the student, according to my grandpa. And then they heard several footsteps like the family mentioned. My grandpa wrote that they made the session in the kitchen because the professor believed this room is a hotspot, and it seems that he was right. Next to the footsteps, the doors of the cupboards opened and things were thrown down. Everyone was scared, but they wanted to stay strong and don't show any weakness towards Oscar. They used prayers, frankincense, and other stuff against the being. My grandpa wrote that the whole situation was very intense. It was loud and creepy. No one paid attention to the Ouija board anymore. They were all busy fighting Oscar. And suddenly, the footsteps stopped and nothing was thrown through the room anymore. But the atmosphere was still tense, according to my grandpa. They all knew that it wasn't over yet. The session ended when the window of the kitchen bursted, like something was jumping through it outside, he wrote. And then it became silent. The atmosphere calmed down. There was nothing anymore. The whole night they checked every room, every corner of the house, but there were no strange spots anymore. They also checked the window, and indeed, the shards of the broken glass were outside of the house. Something jumped out of the building. The day after, the family returned. The team explained to them what happened, and they were shocked. My grandpa's team stayed with them the whole day and tried to calm them down. Several days went by after the incident, and the team met again. The professor told them the family was all right. After that one night, nothing had happened to them anymore. The house was like the years before, silent and beautiful. They talked about Oscar and what this being could have been. But like other ghost experiences, there's no exact explanation for all that. Personally, I believe that this being could have been a demon. I've heard and read that those beings like to disguise themselves as little children, or something else that seems harmless. With something like that, they want to attract the living just so they can scare the shit out of them and eat from their fear. Also, those situations where Oscar changed his identity and began to mock the team, and the threatening atmosphere. The ghost of a child also was the focus of my own Ouija experience. And from my family and the notes of my grandpa, I learned that you should be absolutely careful if you come into contact with a child ghost. The experience of my grandpa that I want to share with you is called The Black Widow. Originally, the story had no title. I added it to the story because it sounded cool. This story is short and not very interesting, but maybe some of you will enjoy it. My grandpa was 28 when this happened and was travelling through the US. I don't know the exact location, but I have read on other notes that seemed coming from that time, something about the western parts of the US, to visit a friend and colleague who was also interested in occult and paranormal things. I don't know if he was a scientist like my grandpa, or also a demonologist, but they shared the same interests. My grandpa wrote that he always wanted to visit him, because his friend had told him that he would know where they could find a ghost. My grandpa was absolutely hooked and wanted to find out more about this ghost, although he wrote that he was away from home for many days and would miss my grandma very much. But well, what does one not do in the name of silence? So he wrote that he visited his friend, and they began shortly after to talk about this ghost. He told my grandpa that he heard this ghost has the appearance of a woman who wears a pitch black dress. She would come at night and haunt the local graveyard. The fascination of my grandpa got stronger the longer he heard his friend talk about the ghost. He already made first ideas, what this ghost could be, and connected it to beings like the woman in white, or things from folklore like La Llorona. Please don't be angry if I said that name wrong. It is difficult to decipher. My grandpa and his friend decided to visit the graveyard the same night. He wrote that the atmosphere was unique, dark and heavy. For him, it felt like they weren't welcome there. They spent hours in the graveyard, but they couldn't see anything. So they went back to the home of his colleague, where he stayed for a week. He wrote that they visited the graveyard every night, but only on the fourth day, something happened. On this night, my grandpa wrote, the atmosphere of the place had changed. It was so scary that they hesitated to enter the place. Both of them had to gather all of their courage before they could go on. He said that it was different from the night before. He expected that behind every gravestone could jump something at them. And then they reached a point where they didn't go on. He wrote that there was a spot that was darker than the night. He couldn't see it well, what it was, but it was like the darkness was gathering there. Like his friend said, from the distance it looked like a woman in a black dress. The entity didn't do anything. No movement came from it, no sound. It was just standing there. Cold came from there, and it felt threatening. They didn't dare to move or speak. My grandpa tried to go closer, but he couldn't go on. It felt like a wall was in his way. He also said that he was scared so much that he thought he was going crazy, and if his friend wasn't with him, he would have lost his mind. He then wrote that they walked away carefully, but they had the feeling that eyes watched them from all sides and observed every step they took. They felt relieved when they walked out of the graveyard, and his friend said that he didn't expect that it would be that bad. They tried it the following night again, for whatever reason, but scientists, am I right? But it seemed that the woman in black, or whatever the thing was, didn't show up anymore. Sadly, there ends the story already. He wrote that he wanted to get some information about the graveyard, but he didn't have the time. I couldn't find more of his notes. I am sorry. But if someone knows out there anything about a graveyard in the US, especially in the western parts which is said to be haunted, then please tell me about it. I really would like to find out a bit more about that. About the ghost of a woman in a black dress. The family of my mother is a special one, full of people who are fascinated by occultism, witchcraft, magic and paranormal things. My grandpa was a demonologist and scientist who did a bunch of research about occult and otherworldly stuff. He also has experienced a lot of things, and some of them he's written down. Those notes belong to me today. They're my treasure, and I show them almost to no one. There are many scientific things and theories about paranormal and occult stuff, theology and alchemy. I'm a scientist myself, with knowledge about chemistry and biology, but even I don't understand all of those notes. They are old, and sometimes difficult to decipher, and it is difficult to make out what my grandpa meant. But I stumbled upon a few stories and experiences of my grandpa when he was a young man, and I thought that maybe I should share a few with you. Maybe it'll be interesting for you, but if you don't like it, that's okay for me. It's just an experiment. And if you don't believe those stories, that's okay too. Some of them are wild and unbelievable. I'll try to tell it as well as I can from my perspective. Hope you enjoy and have fun listening. This story is called The Hellbound. It happened when my grandpa was in his 30s. At this time, he worked in a laboratory and thought about quitting his work as a demonologist. Apparently, he and my grandma planned a family, and in his opinion, living in a haunted house was spectacular enough. He wanted to be more down to earth, if you know what I mean. He didn't care anyway, because he didn't want to be popular as a demonologist like Ed and Lorraine Warren. For him, it was something of a nice hobby, but his hobby kept catching up with him. One night, a friend called him. He sounded very scared and told him that he felt threatened by something, which he believed was not from this world. It was enough that my grandpa showed interest, and he wanted to figure out what this thing was that threatened his friend. He visited him and stayed with him for several days. His friend told him that he had been watching it for a few weeks. Everywhere he went, something was following him. In the night, it got worse. This thing would walk around his house, and it tried to get in one time. He couldn't sleep anymore, he couldn't eat, and he was close to not leaving the house anymore. He called the police many times, but they couldn't find anything. So he called my grandpa, who had a bit of knowledge about this stuff, and maybe he could find out what was going on. My grandpa asked him how it all started. His friend told him that one night he went home from his favourite pub. He was drunk and stumbled through the landscape as he heard a growling behind him. According to the notes of my grandpa, his friend told him that he turned around, but nothing was there. So he started to walk again, but after a while, he heard the growling sound again. His friend thought to himself that it's maybe a dog who ran away from his home. But the growling got worse every minute he walked. It didn't sound like it was coming from a normal dog, and after a while, this guy got scared. He could see something was moving in the darkness, something big. He kept going, and then he could feel a hot breath on his neck. He panicked and ran away, and since that day, this thing would follow him. At first, my grandpa thought that this was just the influence of alcohol, but he could see how scared his friend was, and he decided to check out if there was really something weird going on. My grandpa wrote that in the first 2 days and nights, nothing happened, but on the third night, it became interesting. He was sleeping as a loud noise woke him up. His friend was screaming and terrified. My grandpa said that the noise sounded like growling and barking, but it sounded much different from a normal dog. It was loud. You could hear it very clearly through closed doors and windows, and unreal, demonic, and full of hatred, according to him. He could hear that something was moving around the house and back to the front door, and then something heavy crashed against the door. It sounded like a scary situation, and my grandpa wrote that he thought he and his friends would die tonight. But whatever it was, after the crash, it was gone. My grandpa searched the surroundings of the house if he could find any tracks, but there was nothing. He then went into the nearby village and asked some people if they knew anything about that, if they'd seen something like that or heard, or if it's really just a wild dog. But no one seemed to know anything about that. He tried to get some information about the village, about old legends, folklore, whatever, but there was nothing about a dog-like creature, he wrote. And this thing returned the following night with its barking and growling, but this time it didn't try to get into the house. According to my grandpa, after that thing was gone, he could smell rotten eggs. Smell of sulphur, he stated. Sounds maybe like a cliche, demons and sulphur, but in some of my experiences, I also have noticed weird and stinging smells that occurred during or after something weird happened. After that night, the whole atmosphere was bad and dark. His friend's condition got worse, so my grandpa contacted the local priest and had a talk with him. He wrote that the priest was a bit skeptical because he knew that the friend of my grandpa was drunk sometimes. My grandpa didn't give up and convinced the priest to bless the house and his friend. My grandpa also used salt because it is said that salt heals and purifies, and a few runes and symbols to protect the home and his friend. My grandpa didn't sleep that night. He checked the surroundings of the house through the windows, and at one point, he could see something lurking in the darkness. It looked like a tall dog, be the biggest he had seen in his entire life. His fur was pitch black and his eyes were glowing. He didn't come any closer to the house. He just stared at it and growled loud enough that my grandpa could hear it. Then it walked away, wrote my grandpa. I've read that he stayed there for the next 3 days to make sure nothing else happened. It seemed that the dog never returned. He wrote his whole experience down and called this being the hellbound. Suitable name, I think. There's no explanation what that being was. He wrote a few theories down that it could have really been a normal and very big dog, maybe a wolf, a normal animal. But there were no wolf sightings, and this dog was much different from normal ones. Another interesting fact was the sulphur smell. There are a bunch of thoughts after the story, and all are different from each other. I'm afraid of deep water. Since I was standing for the first time on the edge of a swimming pool, I was scared. It always feels threatening to me. And when I was 12, I got reason to be more afraid. It was the end of summer. My mom had a job again after a long time and after months for a trip with me. Just the two of us. She wanted to get me away for a while from the paranormal and occult stuff. because she hates that and didn't like it when my grandma and my aunts introduced me to that. And what could be better to travel to a lake in which you could swim? I was excited, even when I was a bit afraid of the water, because my mother had a lot of trouble and it was the first time after years she had time for me. The day came, the sky was blue, and the sun was giving her best on this summer finale. There were a few people, and we searched for a place where we could be alone. It was a big lake, so this wasn't much of a problem. First, I was afraid, but moments later, I was swimming and diving through the water. My mother was with me in the beginning, but after a while she left the water and was enjoying the sun. At one time, I began to dive deeper and lay down in the water. I was floating and it was awesome. There's no better feeling. My mind was completely clear. All problems were forgotten. Just me and the silence of the water. When I was running out of air, I swam back to the surface and then back underwater. It was beautiful, and I could forget my fear of the deep water. Yes, I even thought that I'd beat it. But if you're really afraid of something, and I mean really, really afraid, then sometimes your fear could strike back when you least expect it. I was floating very long underwater and wanted to swim to the surface again to get some fresh air. But there was something that grabbed my wrist very tight. It was hurting very much and I panicked. I looked around me and saw a woman who looked terrifying. At first, I thought that she was one of the other people at the lake, but she didn't wear a bathing suit. She wore a white, dirty dress. Her hands and face were very bony, if that's the correct word, and her brown hair was floating underwater. She didn't look like a living person. She showed me a grinning smile and tried to pull me closer to her. I, on the other hand, tried to escape from her, but her grip was too strong. I was fighting her and tried to get to the surface because I ran out of air quickly. I feared that I could drown. She didn't let me go, but I managed to reach the surface and I screamed for help as loud as I could. Soon, my mom was there and pulled me out. The woman let me go. When my mom reached me and was gone, I was shivering and very close to crying. She asked me what happened. I lied to her on this day, because she hates paranormal things in contrast to my aunt and grandma. I thought she would be angry at them and think that they have a bad influence on me. I was afraid that we would move again, away from them, and that I would never see them anymore. I said that I had a cramp and couldn't swim to the land. She believed me. On my wrist, where the woman grabbed me, was a bruise, a handprint. My mom didn't see me, but my grandma noticed it when we were back at her house. I told her the truth about my encounter with the strange woman, and she was for a long time the only person who knew about it. She did some sort of prayers and spells on me that would protect me against evil and prevent the woman from following me. When I was older, I did some research on this lake. I wanted to know if somebody died there or if someone else had a strange experience, but there was nothing. I had a few strange experiences in my life, most of them scary but harmless. But there were some that gave me nightmares till this day. And this was one of them. Although I have every reason to be completely traumatized, I'm not. I'm a cheerful and happy man with a wonderful and lovely girlfriend, a wonderful job and a wonderful family. But the fear of deep water is something that I can't get rid of. I'll start with the story when I was 18 that I will call The Doll. It was my birthday and my girlfriend planned an investigation of a haunted lost place for us. Both of us love creepy stuff and we were young and didn't have much money, so this was one of the most romantic things for us to do. For her, it was the first investigation, and because she knows that I have a talent for stumbling into weird situations, mostly by accident, like the Ouija experience when we had a year before, she was a bit nervous. I assured her that I had visited a bunch of lost places, haunted and normal, and most of the time, nothing happened. Well, this investigation was one where something did happen. This lost place was located in the middle of nowhere. An old building whose purpose was long forgotten. Seriously, I don't know what this place was for. It had something of a hospital or a school. We arrived in the afternoon and went straight into the building. In the beginning, it wasn't very spectacular. A normal old building, a bit of garbage, graffiti on some walls. But in one room, we found something. A very old and dirty doll, her best days long gone. I love creepy, scary stuff, but I hate dolls. They're suspicious of me. There was something with the doll, something fascinating, but we let her be and went on. After a while, my girlfriend said that she doesn't feel good. She was cold, and also I noticed something was happening to me. I got a slight headache. I thought that maybe the reason for this was that I hadn't drunk very much. I ignored it, gave my girlfriend my jacket, and we went deeper into the building. Soon I began to hear noises, very silent steps far away. My girlfriend didn't hear them, and I also didn't tell her about that because she was already very nervous, and I wanted to avoid her getting more scared. I led her in another direction, away from the noises, but I noticed that the steps followed us. At first, I thought that it could maybe be another person or maybe an animal. I usually don't assume that every sound in an abandoned building is coming from something paranormal. An interesting fact was that the steps didn't come any closer. They stopped when we stopped and went on when we began to walk again. After a while, we began to hear laughter that sounded like it was coming from children. My headache was getting worse, and also my girlfriend began to feel more sick. She was also very afraid of the noises. Most of the time, I don't trust anything paranormal that takes the form of little children. And because we didn't feel very good, we decided that we should go. We left the building as fast as we could. On our way, I noticed something that scared me. The doll we found in a room was sitting in the middle of a hallway. My girlfriend didn't notice that, or didn't want to. She only wanted to go, and when we left the building, I had to throw up. My circulation was down, and my girlfriend and I had to sit down for a few minutes. We were in a bad shape. Even from the outside, we could hear children's laughter and giggles coming from inside. We had enough and went home, and the further we went, the better we felt. We never returned, although I really wanted to take the damn doll and burn her. The bells. This experience had happened when I was around 9 or 10, and I attended the 4th grade. Until the 7th grade, my school time wasn't very great. I wasn't very popular among my classmates because of my family and my hobbies. And because I could be a magnet for weird stuff sometimes, most of them avoided me. After a while, I wasn't even mad about their behaviour as long as they left me alone. To be honest, sometimes I could understand why they avoided me. At the end of the school year, we went on a trip for a few days. That was something I hated because I had to be around people who didn't like me and I also didn't like. Our trip led us to a boring village where we stayed most of the time in a hostel, which was surrounded by woods. I was in a room with 3 others who didn't interact with me most of the time. On one day, a local went with us on a forest hike and told us something about the village. Like this place, the story was pretty boring, but there was one interesting thing. We arrived at a place where a long time ago a little chapel was. The chapel was gone, but the locals told us that sometimes people can hear bells ringing in the night. Teenagers would often go there to test their courage. It was a cute ghost story, and my classmates looked at me and giggled. On our last night there, my roommates had the idea to sneak out of the hostel and make a hike through the woods in the night to the place where the chapel was. They asked me if I wanted to join them. First, I didn't feel like it and wanted to stay in the room, but they annoyed me to the point where I agreed. I already knew what they were up to creep me out or something, but I wasn't afraid. We went through the woods and one of them got scared that I thought he would start to cry. We arrived at the place where the chapel once was and stayed there for a few minutes. One of them suddenly began to make fun of me. It was the usual stuff, and well, after a while, we suddenly could hear the sound of ringing bells. They were very loud, and it seemed that the noises came from every direction. It was bizarre and sounded so unreal, like a dream. It was difficult for me to explain it, but it sounded like they were, but also not there at the same time. Confusing, right? It frightened us, especially the boy who was already scared, and we ran away. But at the hostel, the one guy began to cry and also the others were shocked. I was also a bit shocked, Not as much as they were. For me, it was more funny in the end. They never talked about it again. One of my roommates blamed me for that, and all of them avoided me more than before. As a child, I lived a long time with my mom, my grandma, and my aunt, because my father was a total asshole. They were interested in occult and paranormal things. My grandma even married a demonologist, my grandpa, who I've sadly never met because he died years before I was born. They were young when they married, and after a while they bought a house my grandpa stumbled across at his research. Actually, they didn't want to live there that long. My grandpa just thought it would be helpful with his studies, but they still felt so comfortable there that they stayed. In his studies, my grandpa discovered that there are 3 paranormal beings who exist in this house. And over the years, he managed to figure out a bit who these beings are. He asked the locals about past owners of the house and did a bunch of things to contact the entities, and in the end, he got 3 names and a bit of background story about them: Thomas, Maria, and Jonathan. I'll start with Thomas. He was the most active one of the 3 in the house. Once he was one of the owners of the building who died because of a sickness according to old locals my grandpa asked. They described him as a nice person who cared much about other people, even if he didn't know them, and helped others as best as he could. He had an open ear for everyone and always tried to give them good advice, how they could solve their problems. But also, he had his bad days, and when he was in a bad mood, he was throwing things through rooms. A characteristic he had even after until he died, but not that extreme. He never showed himself in the form of a person, and to this day I don't know how he looked. I never had a photo. He only showed himself in the form of shadows passing by or in little movements. When he had a bad day, on the other hand, he was tossing things down. One time, he even managed to throw a glass from the cabinet in our kitchen. My grandpa was very angry at Thomas after that. In the beginning, I was very afraid of him. For me, that whole stuff was new, and I was just a little child. But my grandpa said that there was one thing about him, or no things about him, that I have to fear. She then told me that if I see the shadows or movements, I can greet him. That would make Thomas happy. I tried it, and my fear was gone. To this day, if I see something moving in the house, even when it's just a wind, I greet Thomas, and know it sounds weird, but sometimes the surroundings are filled with happiness after that. My aunt and I tried once to contact him through a Ouija board, but nothing happened. It seems like he doesn't want to communicate in other ways with us, and we respect that. So enough about Thomas. Next one is Maria, and one of the entities I'm a bit afraid of, although my grandma and my aunt told me she's also harmless. She haunts the attic and would show herself just a few times. In all those years I lived with my grandma, I only noticed her 3 times in the form of steps and silent humming. I never went in the attic alone until today. I get goosebumps when I'm up there. It's cold there, and sometimes there's a slight smell of perfume. My girlfriend meant that it smells like flowers or something. I don't know much about Maria. She was once the daughter of someone who owned the house. According to notes, it was in the late 1800s. My grandpa also mentioned that he could feel some sort of strong sadness one time when he was in the attic for his studies. I really want to know her story, but I think that I would never find out. Jonathan. Out of all ghosts, he's the most mysterious one. He appears only at certain times when it's very cold outside and fog lies over the landscape. Then sometimes you can see him in the early morning hours, going through the mist around the house. He has the appearance of an old man with a very kind and peaceful attitude. When you meet him, he won't talk to you. He won't stop talking. He just looks at you with a kind smile, and something will tell you that everything will be alright, that you're welcome here. I really don't know who he is. About him, there's nothing much in the notes, just his name and how he would behave when you meet him. This happened 6 years ago when I was 17. It was Halloween, and my girlfriend and I attended a Halloween party. We had a lot of fun there. As it became very late, a few people had the idea to try a Ouija session because someone brought a board to the party. I had done a Ouija session with my aunt before, in which we tried to talk to a certain person, but sadly nothing happened. And I was a bit drunk, so I thought it would be fun. My aunt would have been absolutely angry with me because you always should do a Ouija board session with a clear mind. It could be a bad idea when you're drunk or high, but being drunk wasn't our only mistake. Again, when you're doing a Ouija session, you need to be prepared. Inform you, do it with a practiced person, buy frankincense and candles, prepare questions, and do it with respect. You don't know what you could bring in this world, and it could be dangerous. But let's go back to the main story. In the end, we were 6 people that wanted to try it. My girlfriend and I, 3 other ladies, and a guy that I will call Norman for this story. It's not his real name. The Ouija board belonged to Norman, but he didn't try it before. We went to a quiet room so the other guests couldn't disrupt us. So we were sitting in this room, which was only lit by 2 phones, and we thought that it would be fun of our lives. I don't know anymore how long we were sitting in this room and yelling questions against the board. 2 of the 3 girls became bored and decided to go back to the party. That's also a big mistake. Never break the circle when you're doing a Ouija. Well, in the end, there was just Norman, the other girl, my girlfriend and me, who tried to summon a ghost. We asked questions again and again, and then something happened. When Norman asked for the 100th time if someone's there, the planchette began to move slowly. We did it. Finally, we had contact with something. Norman then asked who the presence was that was with us in the room. We got a name, Luca. Norman was very happy that something was happening, and he went on talking to Luca. A few moments later, we found out that Luca was a little 8-year-old boy. At this point, I got a bad feeling. My grandpa was a demonologist and did research on paranormal and occult things like ghosts, demons, and other things to find out more about it. In his notes, he mentioned that evil entities like demons often like to disguise themselves as little children because they seem harmless. And so was Luca, harmless and friendly like a little child. Norman had a lot of fun talking to the boy, but soon the other girl and my girlfriend also noticed that something was odd. The whole atmosphere of the room was just bad. Then one of the phones broke. It belonged to my girlfriend and was a new one, just a few weeks old. I said to Norman that it would be the best if we stopped this, but he didn't listen. But after a while, we didn't get right answers anymore. The plunger just moved to random numbers or letters that didn't make any sense. Also, a weird sweet smell came up in the room. It didn't smell good, it was disgustingly sweet. I remembered that my aunt told me about Ouija sessions and the answers you can get. When the answers to your questions don't make any sense, then you should stop immediately, because the thing you called is mocking you at this point. It would be stupid to go on. Finally, Norman also decided that we should end this because he was annoyed. But you can't just go and leave the board there. You have to ask the entity you're talking with if you can stop the session. But every time we asked, the planchette was moving to no, and something like that can be a huge problem. The thing was mocking us and we became a bit afraid. Norman and the other girl wanted to go, but they could be persuaded to stay a bit longer. Lucas's game took longer than we would like. Every time he responded just with no or senseless letter number combinations, but finally he responded with yes and we could say goodbye. It was truly bizarre how the atmosphere changed after that. It wasn't threatening anymore, and also the disgusting sweet smell was gone. The girl left without a word to us, and Norman was very scared after the whole experience. Days after that, I saw Norman again. He didn't look very good, like he was sick. We talked a bit, and he told me that he got rid of the Ouija board. He said that he had terrible nightmares after that, and that he always had the feeling that something was watching him. He's better without the board. This was the only Ouija session I had where something like that happened. The other ones were very harmless. Interesting, but not that spectacular. And hopefully, Luca the little boy is back where he belongs. This experience happened when I was 14. Since I was a child, I was fascinated with the occult and paranormal, and also had a few encounters. It was a family thing, and I grew up with that stuff. One day, when I was on winter holidays, two of my friends called me. For the story, I'll call them Ben and Joseph. They're not their real names. They said that they found an old and empty building they wanted to visit, and asked me if I wanted to join them. Ben told me also that it isn't a normal building. According to old stories, it is haunted. They knew I was into that kind of stuff, and I absolutely wanted to go with them. My mum and my grandma, who knows about many things about occultism, witchcraft, etc., didn't want me to go at first. My grandma said that this is a place I don't know, and it could be very dangerous to search there after paranormal things. But I managed to persuade them. I had a few paranormal experiences before, and for me, it wasn't a game. I have the right respect, and I'm careful with occult and paranormal things, because something like that can easily go wrong. Well, the day came where we three set off to the abandoned building. For that, we had to drive a long way with the train in a little city where relatives of Ben lived. We stayed by them for the next few days. On the way, we talked to each other about this building. Ben told me that it's a house that belonged to a doctor, who also had his office there. It was very old and should soon be demolished. He then told me a few stories about this house. According to that, there were many ghosts in there, once patients of the doctor, and sometimes people would disappear in there. On some nights you could see figures behind the windows, and some people have heard horrible screams which came from the inside. Not many dared to go there, sometimes just teenagers who wanted to test their courage, especially on Halloween. I believe in ghosts, but I'm also skeptical about stories like this one. There are many like that out there, and most of the time it's things people made up over the years. The older the building, the scarier the stories. But again, I am respectful towards that, because you don't know who or what could make angry. Joseph, on the other hand, didn't believe in that stuff. For him, it sounded like an adventure, but he didn't believe that we would see a ghost or something. That's why I like him so much. Although he's very skeptical, he doesn't make fun of people who have experienced weird things. Our group is a healthy mix of different opinions. But let's get on with the story, shall we? We arrived in the afternoon. We were too tired to go to the house that day and decided to go there the next day. The house was really creepy. Very old, and we already had a bad feeling about it. My senses told me that it maybe could be a bad idea to go in there. Joseph wasn't that afraid, but Ben was already scared. He isn't that brave. I could understand him and told him that we are with him and he doesn't have to be afraid. As a child, I had an experience with something you can describe as a really evil entity. After that experience, my grandma gave me some sort of talisman which would protect me. I borrowed it from Ben with the hope he would feel a bit better. It worked for a while. Finally, we entered the building. It was empty there. Just garbage, pieces of broken furniture, and graffiti on the walls. The worst thing was the smell. It stank really bad in there. We began to investigate the rooms. Most of the time, nothing happened. After a while, we wanted to go, because we'd seen all the rooms. But then we heard something that sounded like screams. At first they were quiet, but they got louder and louder. The screams were female and sounded like the person was in very bad pain. At first, Joseph meant they came from outside, but that wasn't the case. They definitely came from one of the rooms downstairs. Ben became very scared to that point. I feared that he could get a panic attack. We decided that it was best time to go. The screams got louder and more horrible when we went downstairs. I thought that I could hear the words "help please" in those screams. And one thing I noticed was a new smell. It was also bad like the time we entered the house, but it was different. It was so creepy. We ran outside and Ben had to vomit. For him, it was too much, and also Joseph, our skeptic, was scared. Near the house, there lived other people, and one of them, a young man, came to us and shouted at us what we are doing in this house and why we make such noises. When we told him what happened and that we're not responsible for the screams, he didn't believe us at first and thought that was a friend of ours there. He went into the house. Joseph and I followed him. Ben waited outside. The screaming had already stopped when we entered. We went through every room again, but there was nobody. Joseph searched after tracks, if someone else could have been there, but there was nothing. We asked the man if something like this would happen more often. He denied it. After some time, the old house was demolished, and I hope with it, those terrible screams were also gone. I have many over the years, more scary than the last. I'll tell you a fairly recent one. I was at my aunt's house last summer, just before the lockdown happened. One day, my aunt's cook, who lived on the second floor of the house, said that a boy of 7 years old comes to his door and watches him sleep at night. He had dusky complexion and wore beads on his neck. We all chalked it up to him being drunk or him finding excuses to leave the job. But he kept complaining of it happening every night. He couldn't sleep and his eyes were always bloodshot. To give a bit of background, I have a well-known history of seeing things since childhood amongst my relatives. I also started feeling a bit of a presence in their house to the extent that I wasn't sleeping at night out of sheer terror. On the fourth day of this happening, I was taking a bath. I had the bathroom locked and also the dressing room double bolted. You can never be too sure using somebody else's bathroom, which was outside the bathroom. Basically, the bedroom had the dressing room in which was the bathroom. Anyway, I clearly heard the lock opening click click once and twice. Those were the double bolts of the dressing room. I thought my uncle had come early from work in the afternoon, which was strange in hindsight. My first concern was that my clothes were out there in the dressing room while I was bathing in the bathroom. I heard a pair of heavy men's shoes against the floor and saw a black silhouette that seemed like black pants through the stained glass of the bathroom door. Approached the cupboard and heard the telltale creaking of the cupboard door swinging open loudly. While I was inside waiting for him to get out fast so I can get my clothes from the dressing room and get dressed, 1 minute passed. I kept waiting, then another. All I could think was, what's taking him so long? I peeped through the stained glass to see what he was up to, as there was no sound of him going about his business. I opened the bathroom door and there was nobody in the dressing room. He must have gone out. I didn't think much of it. I quickly got dressed, picked my shit up, and went on to open the dressing room door. It didn't open. My blood ran cold. The dressing room door was still locked. I opened it, click click once and twice, the double bolts. I was confused at this point. Had he locked the door from outside? I went out. My nieces was still sleeping in the bedroom. I went out in the lobby where my sister was watching TV. I knew the answer before I even asked her. Did Uncle go into the dressing room? She looked at me weird. It's 3 PM. He doesn't come home before 9 at night. And nobody's home. Nobody went to the bathroom. So I went on and told her about the whole thing. After which, she lost her shit too. She went into the dressing room. Lo and behold, all the cupboards were locked. I swear to God, I told her, that cupboard did swing open with the creaking and all. Then we called Uncle at his work. He hadn't left his office, didn't come home. To this date, I don't understand. Somebody opened the double bolts, came in, opened the cupboards and went out, while everything was locked, and there was no one home. The very next day, my sister and cousin were watching TV at midnight, and they felt a presence behind them while they heard the stove in the kitchen being switched on, and felt something go up behind them and up the stairs. Their house has an extensive history of crazy shit going down. Yeah, they shat bricks. My parents divorced when I was 8, and my older brother and I lived with my mom and stepdad. My brother and I only got to see my dad on the weekends, and like 2 weeks during summer breaks. About a year or so after the divorce, my dad started taking me and my brother to our grandma's house. This was more or less because my dad wasn't great with kids and had no idea what to do with us. My grandma, on the other hand, had raised my dad, his 2 brothers and sister, so she was great with kids. Being so young, I hadn't really noticed all the freaky things going on in the house, or realised how truly freaky they were. Looking back, there were tons of little things that were easily written off and debunked, I guess. Though, there were just as many occurrences that are harder to do so. My grandma owned a Ouija board. Just casually kept it in her dresser. As a kid, I didn't fully understand just how bad those boards could be. I just saw it as a weird thing that my cousins liked to play with, that also happened to come with scary stories. However, my grandma insisted that the spirit attached to it was good. To be fair, I don't really remember any evil vibes. Terrifying, yes. Evil, not really. I remember my brother using the fact that there was a ghost in the house to his advantage. He used to scare me by saying, "There's someone behind you," when there wasn't. There is this one time when we were both in the playroom/kid's bedroom, playing with my Polly Pockets and his G.I. Joes, that he pointed to the wall next to me and said, "There's a man there." I didn't see anything, and I can't exactly remember if he was tricking me again, but my brother was so insistent that it freaked me out. The house was all one story, no attic or basement, though there was a back room that was just as creepy as any basement. It was always dark and the tiled floors were sticky no matter how many times you mopped it. It was absolutely terrifying of the back room. I think that's where the spirit lived. Plus, I was scared of the dark. To make everything much worse, in one of the two rooms back there, my grandma kept her dolls on shelves. It was an old bedroom or something that no one used, just two walls lined with dolls of all sorts. Clowns, porcelain collectors, you name it. The collection even stretched out into another corner of the back room. There was also an organ in the back room, one more modern I think. It had switches and stuff to modify the sound. Kinda like an older fashioned keyboard piano. Anyway, there were so many times we'd all be sitting in the living room and just watching TV, when a key or two on the organ would go off. No cats, only chihuahuas that only jumped onto the couch. It was always so random but still spooky. The thing is, we had one of those keyboard pianos, musicians don't come to me for not knowing proper terms, in the front bedroom, but it never went off. Unless it was a cousin or nephew or my brother playing tricks. I was also terrified of that front bedroom too. It was just some silly little unexplainable thing. I was leaving the room and out of the corner of my eye I saw a flash of blue. I turned around and see a flat blue blob thing on the floor under the bed. The second after, as if I knew I saw it, it slid back under the bed in a flash. Like slime being sucked up by a vacuum, just whoop, gone. After I ran out, calmed down and gathered the nerve to go back, I checked under the bed to find nothing. I have absolutely no idea what it was. If it was real, or if it was my child's imagination. I think it's safe to say I was terrified of that entire house. I only felt okay if someone else was with me. As I said before, I loathed the back room. My grandma would send me back there sometimes to get toys or something, and each time, it felt like something was watching me. I love my grandma and that house it does hold great memories, but everything about it screamed horror movies, and I was the main protagonist, especially the bathtub. So the playroom/kid's bedroom was meant to be shared between my brother and I fairly, meaning we were both supposed to sleep in there or at least take turns. Thing is, my brother, not only being the eldest, but the only one of us who plays video games, had dibs every single night. Where he'd be all cozy and safe in the bedroom with the GameCube, I'd be scared stiff most nights watching TV in the living room until I felt comfortable enough to fall asleep, which happened around 1 in the morning most nights. My grandma always closed the living room curtains at night, and also turned off all the lights and electronics. But she'd go to her room and fall asleep with the TV on. That left me in the eerie dark living room, with only a green glow light that emitted from the DVD/VHS player. For the most part, sleeping on the couch in the very open and exposed living room, nothing really happened. The night I had a very close encounter with the spirit of the house, I won't go into too much detail, but I will elaborate. The spirit seemed to come from the bathroom, which was down the hall and out of sight. To me, All I heard was a mixture of TV static and that ringing in your ears when a room is incredibly silent. As I walked down the hall, in my head, it was more like a horror movie floating/gliding. That static/ringing grew louder. It eventually came into sight and stood at the foot of the couch. Remembering it, I see a shadow figure, but I honestly can't be sure. I had turned the TV off at some point because I thought the presence might have been my grandma or my brother. I had honestly believed it was my brother at first, but when I called out to him and got no response, I was pretty much pissing my pants. That late night encounter was probably the scariest thing I witnessed in that house. Also, the closest I've ever been to a spirit/ghost. Honestly, I still feel that fear even now. I don't know the name of the spirit, if it was really good or bad, but I definitely know I feel bad for whoever lives there now. If the ghost is still there or if it moved on with my grandma, I'm not sure. It was a creepy ass old house. Can only pray the pipes weren't too expensive to replace. When I was 5 or 6, my paternal grandfather Poppy passed away in the house he built with my dad. Nothing crazy, he peacefully died in his sleep. The night of his passing, my sister said she saw a see-through Poppy staring at her sleeping. His death left us in a lot of debt, forcing us to move back into the family home. Since moving into the house, we would encounter the usual crap many people have experienced. Footsteps, lights turning on and off, doors opening that were once closed, and voices. Some of my grade school friends didn't like sleeping over at my house because they thought it was haunted. I had lots of nightmares and anxiety growing up. My mom told me recently, one night when I was little, I saw a white creature with a terrifying pale face on the foot of my bed. I don't remember this story. It could be sleep paralysis, a dream, or a child's lie. My mom says she remembers this vividly because of how terrified and descriptive I was. My dad and I would see a shadow figure walking outside every now and again. We called him the Shadow Man. We brushed it off as our eyes playing tricks on us, because we never saw him at the same time. We would always be alone. Fast forward to being 20 and living back at the family house after I came home from college. I was dating my ex at the time. He said when he'd sleep over, pillows would be ripped from under his head at night, blankets thrown off, things of his would be knocked off countertops. We both witnessed covers being thrown off and his things being pushed off countertops. One night, my ex and I were in the hot tub on the patio overlooking the backyard. That's when we both see the Shadow Man walking straight through my backyard. Fight or flight kicked in and we both got the hell out of Dodge. Another night, while we were at the fire pit in the backyard, he pointed to his white-looking face peeking up from some shrubbery. Its head was about all you could see over the bushes. It poked its head down. By then, we had seen enough and didn't want to stick around to find out what that was, and locked up for the night. Fast forward to quarantine. My best friend and I are staying in the family house together for lockdown. Bored of playing video games, we decided to watch a scary movie. We watched Antrim. I don't know how to spell it. It's basically like Dante's Inferno, I think, but the horror genre. As soon as the movie finished, I looked through the crack between the door frame and the door. I see this figure staring at us. My friend saw it too. At this point, we're terrified. For anyone who watches Harry Potter, it feels like what I imagine being kissed by a Dementor would feel like. That's like the closest comparison I have. She, to this day, never wants to speak about it because of how freaked out it made her feel. I think it's worth noting that this thing was a darker mass than the Shadow Man. I'm now 23, and my best friend no longer lives with me. I live alone. She says she feels a very negative or depressed vibe in this house. Other people have said the same thing. Stay for a longer period of time. I told my mom about the things that have been going on. She then showed me why there's a Bible open to a protection prayer in every bedroom. At this point, I'm suspecting my house or property could have had a doorway to the spirit world or something. I know that could be far-fetched, but I'm really curious if anyone's had anything similar happen to them. I once worked the night shift at a central pep centre for a large funeral home group. Some of our tasks included going to the satellite locations around town to deliver casketed remains, touch up cosmetics, deliver intercompany mail, etc. Myself and a female co-worker delivered a casket to a location late one night, and whilst there, I had to touch up some cosmetics on another case. I was leaning on the casket with my left arm, with the cosmetic in my left hand, and using my right hand with the cosmetic sponge. My co-worker and I were chatting about nothing in particular, when the torchia floor lamp at the head of the casket cut out. We both paused. Still leaning on the casket, I looked up at the light and simply said, "Excuse me, I was using that." And the light turned back on. My co-worker fled to the van in the parking lot, but since I didn't feel threatened or in any danger, I replied, "Thank you, now I can finished." After I finished, turned the light back off saying, "Good night and thank you," and left. I was about 2 when I moved with my family to our new house. I slept on my crib in my own room, with a few checkups from my parents every night. I had a big window right beside my bed and new black curtains which blocked the sunlight. My first encounter with the ghost, or that's what I started calling him, was when I was still a baby in my crib. He was a few meters away from me and I wasn't scared. That's my first memory of him. I don't remember much about my childhood, so I can't really remember if I saw him more when I was a toddler. The next memory of the ghost is when I had my own new bed, and every time at night, if I'd touch the black curtains, I would see him and almost always shift to a dreamlike place, where the ghost was with me. I would do this about every night, for about 3 to 4 years when I was 7. I really didn't think of it much, but being older, this one thing that always happened had stuck in my mind. I always kept the door locked and the black curtain down, and when I was in a dreamlike world, I'd instantly wake up from it if my parents were about to open my door, every single time. But when I was older, 11 I'd say, touching the black curtains would scare me, and I would avoid touching them. I haven't told this to anyone, and made my mom take the curtains off and throw them away. I'm just wondering, is there an explanation for this? Or why this happened, and has this happened to other people? I really do doubt that the many memories with the ghost are my imagination's creation. Two years back, I moved to a new place for my study purpose. Everything was good, until weird things started happening with me. I wasn't sure at first, but with time, I started noticing things. My neighbours always used to ask questions like, "Are you alright? Is everything good inside the house?" And they always stare at me weirdly whenever I go out. I thought they were trying to be nice to me because I was new to that place. I started feeling uncomfortable about the atmosphere around me. I always used to feel an unknown presence in the house, especially during the night time. Things started getting creepier from the day I noticed a ghostly reflection in the mirror. At first, I was very confused. I thought it was just my hallucination because I was disturbed about the atmosphere of that house. Later, I noticed the unknown figure twice, and the moment I realised that, I wasn't hallucinating at all. The reflection was of a kid. I didn't notice the face because it disappeared in a very short interval of time. I was frozen and freaked out at that moment because I never saw something abnormal like this before. I started looking for a new house, but unluckily, there were no houses available for rent in that locality. I was very disturbed by knowing the fact that I have no option instead of staying in that same haunted house. I talked about this with one of my neighbours, but she hesitated to share anything about that house. She was very uncomfortable discussing this topic, so I didn't bother her much. She just said, "No one can stay in that house." I decided to cleanse the house, hoping everything will be fine after that. Everything was normal for a few days, but suddenly even more paranormal activities started happening. Flickering of lights, moving of objects, breaking of photo frames, whispering and knocking sounds from the window always used to happen during the night. Due to all these happenings, I developed insomnia. I rarely used to sleep because whenever I tried to sleep, I used to dream about that kid and my body used to paralyze. My health got worse day by day, so my parents were concerned about this. Even my mom started noticing shadow figures moving around the house during the night, and she clicked a few pictures. Luckily, it got captured in one of the pictures. The figure was abnormally long with only 4 fingers in the hand. It was terrifying enough to scare someone to death. Later, one guy from our neighbour talked about the truth related to that house. He said before I moved here, 3 families stayed here and 3 people died in that same house. A kid died mysteriously, a man died in a sudden road accident, and also an old man died due to a heart attack. After knowing about this, we were definitely sure that the house is haunted by multiple spirits, although they never harmed us. It was the night of May 11th, 2020. My dear Korean War veteran grandfather had passed away due to cancer a few days before, when I was told that I should spend the night with my grandmother to keep her company. All was going well until me and my grandmother decided to go to bed. Due to me being on the taller side of the family, at around 5'10" or 5'11", I've been on sleeping on what my state calls a davenport since I was a teenager whenever I spent the night. I'd started to drift off, but checked the time before I closed my eyes. 11:10. My grandmother was drifting off as well, when we both heard the creepiest thing I've heard in my life. In the hallway, between where I was sleeping and my grandmother's bedroom adjacent to the bathroom, craft room and kitchen, we both heard a woman say what we believed to be either Barb, my grandmother's shortened name, or Bud, the nickname my granddad was called only by the older family members and his close friends. After I heard her speak, my eyes shot open wide, trying to figure out if it was my grandmother, though I didn't recognize it as her voice. We were all alone, so it couldn't have been a family member either. I decided to brush it off for the night and get some sleep. Morning rolls around, and while having breakfast, I asked my grandmother just on the off chance if she heard a woman's voice in the hallway last night, which she confirmed she did indeed heard. There's a few possible guesses as to who the woman was. First is my grandmother's mom, who sadly passed away on my first birthday of a stroke, age 103. The second is my granddad's mom, who passed away in the early 90s. The third is a woman who I had seen as a child in my granddad's bedroom, who apparently was an aunt who passed away long before I was born. I feel a bit counterproductive telling this almost 6 months after the fact, but I just wanted to get it out there and get other people's thoughts, as this is the only time in my life that I can say without a doubt that I saw a UFO. It was approximately 2:30 a.m. on Monday, June 14th, 2020, in Indianapolis, Indiana, in the southeastern neighborhood known as Bates Hendricks. I was able to remember the dates because it was 5 days before I was set to move. I'm off from work on Sundays and Mondays, so it was still technically my Sunday as I hadn't gone to bed. I got bored and decided to go for a walk around the neighborhood, as I'd be leaving it soon. I was literally inches away from being back home when I saw it fly. Float feels like a more appropriate term over. I feel like I'm contradicting myself because it simultaneously looked like every textbook description you see of flying saucers, and yet it also looked like a ball of fire floating across the sky before disappearing behind the trees in the alley of my block. My first 2 logical conclusions was that it was either a meteor or one of those radio-controlled toy drones. I dismissed both as those quickly, as it seemed too low on the ground to be a meteor, not to mention it wasn't making any sound. As far as being a toy drone, I had seen kids in the neighborhood playing with them in the past after dark, so I had a bit of an understanding of how those work. What really creeped me out, aside from the fact that it was the middle of the night and I was the only one out and decided to leave my phone inside the apartment, was how low it was to the ground, and there was no way it couldn't see me. I remember thinking, I'm moving in 5 days, please don't abduct me tonight. After which, it continued its trajectory on a southwestern course from what I could tell. All in all, through a UFO sighting, it was rather uneventful, but I saw it nonetheless, and was wanting to see if I could get any additional information on what it was that I saw. So I'm an older guy, in my 30s. I've since this encounter moved away from the town I grew up in, and have moved on with my life. But when I was 11, the scariest shit happened to me and a friend of mine named John, in a little single-wide trailer on Bobo Road in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. So it was a normal Friday. Me and my best buddy John decided to throw a multi-night hangout of video games and junk food. Night 1 was at my place, PS1 and Doritos with Mountain Dew. The new Resident Evil 3 had just come out, but we were intent on beating 2, both discs. So we stayed up all night and day, switching controllers out if we died. And on day 1, we had all but beat Leon's story. Day 2 rolled around, and half awake we rode to John's mom and dad's house. John's grandfather also lived with them. He was a widowed Southern Baptist preacher who didn't do much but watch TV and smoke cigarettes. And John's mom and dad liked to go out on the weekends to his mom's sister's house, so we'd be able to get back up all night. Night 2 started a bit rocky. We were both tired and a bit jacked on sugar and caffeine, arguing over the controller. Mr. G, John's grandfather, walked through the small door of the back room of the trailer and asked us to keep it down a little. He slept on the couch 10 feet away. He informed us that there was plenty of deli turkey and bread in the fridge for us to snack on, and he was going to bed. Around 2 a.m, John's mother called, and back then we didn't have cell phones just around. We had cordless landlines. So the call abruptly broke both our concentration, and John of course gets devoured by a zombie. And I laugh, awarding me an arm slug. John had his parents' old queen-size waterbed that took up most of the room, and the phone was wedged between the mattress and frame, so John went headfirst into the wall, putting his hand through the floor. Answered the phone and looked at me. Hey, my mom and dad are too trash to come home, so it's just us and Papa. By 2:45 a.m, I was on a roll deep in the bowels of the sewers of Raccoon City. John was nodding, so I woke him and he decided a shower would wake him up. About 3 to 5 minutes after he left the room, I heard something flip off the dresser wedged in the closet. I paused the game and then heard John's grandfather walking through the house. He was a big guy, so his footsteps echoed through the small metal box. Then I heard the water stop running and a loud slam at the same time the gaslight outside of the back window of his room/the trailer flickered, and I heard John scream, "No!" I jumped up and ran to the bathroom, where he, half on the floor, half propped up against the wall, looking up at the mirror, pale as a sheet. On the mirror, a large, much larger than mine or John's handprint. And John was crying. Not boo-hoo crying, he was sobbing. Well, there was a fucking Indian in the mirror in there looking at me in his eyes. They were leaking black, and he was staring right through me. At that moment, another slam. I could hear his grandfather snoring loud as could be, and heavy footsteps through the back of the trailer. I helped John up and put a towel over him. I stepped around the corner to see an empty black void of nothing. The light from the TV, even though white static wasn't going past his granddad's feet. John asks, "What do you see?" "Nothing," I say. I hear more waking. Then the faint laugh of a Tickle Me Elmo John's mom kept on a shelf over her brick PC from 95. That fucking thing didn't have batteries in it. Haven't since it started talking on its own in the middle of the night. Along with the Furbies she had, all no batteries. Out of the dark rolls his dog's ball. He's just died that week from eating mole poison in the yard, dog. In that instant, I felt like I was going to die for some reason. As I didn't, and the night pretty much wound down after that, we hid in his room with the lights on. Didn't eat, kept the game off, and listened to sounds from the back room for what felt like 10 hours. It was 3 hours and 15 minutes. As I stated, I'm a grown man in my 30s. I'm a druid. I'm a skeptic believer. I'll try to debunk shit if I can, but that night was the most scared and powerless I ever felt. I've since had many experiences I'll get around to posting, but I had to share this one because I pride myself on being rather unafraid. I've dedicated my life to studying demons, magic, monsters, ghosts, etc., but that night, it stuck with me and fixed the path of my life towards the otherworldly and mystic. I'll tell you all about the house on Cherry Street next time. It's silly to think that curses always have to be in some ancient language or involve some cursed object. Simple conditioning and the introduction of concepts can be effective. Suggestive conditioning can decide everything from your routine behavior to your own moral values. It can happen by accident or intentionally by directed towards specific individuals. Psychosomatic is a word used to describe any illness or condition caused by the subject's own mind/psyche. Psychosomatic diseases are actually very common in the world, ranging from rashes to fatal heart diseases. Necrosis is the rapid death of cells and tissue. As the cells die, your body can't keep up and will build up masses of decomposing tissue. As this progresses, your body becomes a walking prison of rotting flesh, shaped with dips and pits exposing muscle tissue and tendons. The thing about necrosis is that it can happen for almost no reason at all. A small scratch that gets a minor infection, a spider bite, your skin getting too cold, an unnoticeable blood clot, or even just poor circulation. And when one cell dies of necrosis, it can release dangerous chemicals that speed up the process for the neighbouring cells. Necrosis can spread on the surface layer of your skin, or subdermally, under the skin, where it can go unnoticed and will most likely be brushed off as a new bruise or a new ache/pain, like we all get going about our day-to-day. Now, I introduced the concept of voodoo death, a term coined in 1942 by Walter Cannon, which is purely psychosomatic. Essentially, stress or fear causes the body to release a constant and sometimes subtle stream of adrenaline over time, which in turn causes blood pressure and oxygen levels to drop. This gradual lack of oxygen causes cells to wither and die, creating almost spontaneous outbreaks of necrosis through the body, until eventually your heart's blood circulation systems are so damaged that you fade out of consciousness and rot to death. One night, I was driving my friend home at about 1:30 or 2 a.m. It's about a 5-minute drive on a road I travel almost every day. Usually, nothing creepy about it. So as I was driving down a small hill, I saw a skinny guy, looked to be maybe a teenager or young adult based on build, in a black hoodie with the hood pulled up. He was on the side of the road that would be near my passenger side and walked out in front of my car, and then stopped on the yellow lines dividing the road. Obviously, as I had just seen a person in the road, I slowed my car. But when I got closer to him, it was like I blinked and he was gone. I was a little creeped out, so before I got home, I called my mom to have her come watch me from the car and tell her about it. She's not one to get freaked out about things like this, so she basically just brushed off my story. Now things get really weird. First, I need to describe the demeanour of my dog. She's super easygoing. The only time she ever barks is when we vacuum the house because she's scared of it. She loves people, and when people, even strangers, show up, she never barks. She just wants attention from them. And she's also not particularly in tune with us and our moods for a dog we've had since she was a puppy. So when my mom came to see me, the dog came with her and greeted me as usual. Nothing weird. A couple minutes after, my mom and the dog headed back to bed, and I followed them to talk for a couple minutes before going to bed. When we got back to my mom's bedroom, the dog hopped up on the bed like normal. A couple seconds later, out of nowhere, she turned to the corner of my mom's room, where there's nothing, and started barking and growling like crazy. We finally got her settled down, and after this, my mom became creeped out and decided we would all sleep in our living room together. When we got settled in the living room, our printer in the next room turned on out of nowhere and started making noise like it was getting ready to print, but never printed anything. After this, nothing else happened. This was a couple of years ago, and we've had a couple small weird occurrences, but nothing crazy like that, and nothing that affected the dog. Anybody have any insight as to why something may have followed me home and haunted us for one night? Anyway, we bought a house and I got no weird feelings from it, like I did at other houses. My house was one room that has deteriorated from water and needs to be redone. And with the doorknob removed and the latch on the outside of the door, it's a little unsettling. We call it the dungeon. The first night in our new room, my husband was with me, so I can confirm I'm not alone in at least one of these. We're sitting so we can see directly down the town hall, the two kids' rooms at either end. We hear a sound and expect it's one of them trying to creep out. We think we've confirmed it because we see a shadow move on the wall and another creak. I tell him to go investigate, and he insists our son was fast asleep, and he couldn't have gotten back to bed that fast without much more noise. The cat was asleep in my daughter's room, sitting low style with his nose touching the wall. Very unusual for him, but we just moved, so I let it go. My dog barked and growled at my bedroom ceiling for the first few nights. Also odd, but we just moved and he's a puppy, so I only joked about how dogs can see things we don't and forget about it. Since then, I've had several moments where I see movement at the top of the stairs. It's always the same colour. I wish I could say I was joking, but the only way I can describe it is cloud-coloured. Almost every time it is movement towards one specific room, but it comes from different angles. By the time I look, it's already gone behind the corner. No one is upstairs when I see these. The first time I saw it, not out of the corner of my eye, I thought I was watching a fur tumbleweed bounce down the stairs. We have a golden retriever, it happens. I got up to retrieve the ball of hair and there was nothing there. But I sat there and watched it slowly and softly bounce down at least 3 steps. This was 20 seconds worth of intense staring. I didn't have my glasses on, so the detail wasn't all there, but it's what I imagine a fur tumbleweed would look like to me from that distance. It moved strangely, but we're still learning where all of the drafts come in, so I shrugged it off, but still mentioned it to my husband, because we both still chuckle about that first night. Today was the worst. I'd come out of the bathroom, which leaves a direct line of sight into my bedroom. I thought I saw the dog jump off the bed, and I heard the corresponding thump. Our dog is very light, so in the dark when the light hits him, he's an ominous-looking blur and I'm used to it. But I remembered I had just let the dog outside. I called down to the husband and kids and asked where the cat was. He confirmed he was perched in the window. I don't know what I think of all this. I feel like I'm going a little crazy, but I just need to share with a group of people who don't think I'm completely nuts. Encounter 1. This must have been around the year 2008 or so. It was a while back. I had just woken up. Everything seemed normal, but as I was yawning, I realised that no noise came out of my mouth. Panicked, I ran to the bathroom. Mind you, it was about 8 a.m. My parents were still sleeping. Closed the door and proceeded to try and speak. Nothing was coming out of my mouth, so I tried to scream. Nothing. I quickly ran back to my bed under the covers and proceeded to close my eyes and freak out a bit. After I opened my eyes again and I could speak, parents woke up a bit later. I asked them if I woke them up with my screaming. They seemed confused, so I disregarded it. I believe to this day that something otherworldly played with me, as I felt very unusually lethargic and short of breath/consciousness even after waking up. Before you ask, no, it wasn't my ears. I could hear everything around me. My parents would have heard me even with the door closed, as the bathroom is across the very narrow corridor from their rooms. Encounter 2. Still in the same apartment on the 15th floor like the last encounter. I live in a cheaper/old person downtown region of a small but very populated city. This must have been around a year ago or so. I can't exactly remember. It was a normal night for the most part. It was probably around 3 a.m. I couldn't for the life of me fall asleep that night. I kept tossing and turning, but couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly, with a loud voice, I heard, "Get down on the ground," followed almost immediately by 3 gunshots. As soon as I hear this, I jump from my bed and look down through my window. Surely enough, I see the red and blue lights and 3 cop cars. Curious, I start looking around at all the condos and shorter apartments to see if anyone else is watching, but I see absolutely nobody. I must have been looking for a solid minute until out of nowhere, everything becomes silent and I see no lights. As soon as this happens, I hear 3 loud and fast knocks at my door, with an ominous white light around the doorframe. Somehow, I managed to fall asleep, but the morning after, I was terrified. Weirdest part is, I tried for the best part of a week to check the news and police reports on a shooting incident, but no matter how hard I looked, I found absolutely nothing. This happened a few days ago, Friday, October 23rd. It was about 9 a.m. I was laying in bed, drifting in and out of a doze, about to wake up for the day. All of a sudden, I hear a loud beeping, 1 single second tone. Kind of like how an intercom might sound before someone speaks into it, but the sound was extremely high-pitched. Immediately after, I hear an unfamiliar male voice say, "Something is coming." I of course freak out and look around my room in a panic. My fiancée left for work at 7 a.m, so I should be the only person in the house. I didn't see anything out of place and lay back down to quietly listen. Then I hear the telltale tapping of rain on the roof. It was about to start storming. I instantly realised my fiancé would have let my 2 pups outside when he left, and I went to let them inside. Thankfully, they were 100% dry. This was a big deal for me because I had just gotten home from the hospital the night before. I was getting over pneumonia and a punctured lung, so trying to dry those pups off would have been almost impossible for me to do at the time. I could barely walk to the doors to get the dogs in as it was. When I was able to make it back to the bed, I checked my phone and told my fiancée about what had just happened. I also checked my sound at this time and found it was on vibrate, so it couldn't have made that beeping that jolted me from my dozing. I had no alarms on and no messages either. Nothing else in our home could have made the noise I heard. In my opinion, something warned me that the storm was coming, so that I could go get my dogs without issue. I have no idea who or what it could be, or if it was just my imagination. All I know is that I'm thankful it happened and I was able to keep my pups out of the rain. This was a few years ago now. It was the middle of summer at 2:30 or so a.m. Me and my sister were driving home and stopped at a 7-Eleven at the corner, just a few hundred feet from our subdivision. I was getting her candy for when I looked over in the corner of the parking lot, and there was a girl as described. She had messy, uncombed hair with leaves and twigs in it. There's a small set of woods behind the 7-Eleven. She was in her early 20s. She was crouched like a baseball catcher, hugging this weird leather satchel. And when I took a few steps towards her to see if she was okay, her head sprung up and locked onto me. I remember being terrified as she walked really quickly out of the darkness and right at me. I got back in the car really quick and locked the doors. She kept walking towards the car, but instead of going to the window, she walked around to the front of the car and stared right at us, all the while hugging that weird leather satchel that looked like it was from the turn of the 20th century. She also had a hospital gown on like I'd never seen before. It was solid white besides some dirt on it, like she may have been crawling through the woods. I remember she had no shoes or socks on either. She never said a word or even made an expression, really. Maybe sadness or distress was all you could tell. We stared back at her for what felt like minutes, but was realistically probably just 20 or so seconds, before my sister pulled out and drove down the road. We talked about her attire immediately after leaving, and decided we'd turn back and call the police if she was still there, assuming she was an escaped mental patient or something. We turned around quickly and drove back no more than 2 minutes later, but there wasn't a trace of her. We drove down each direction looking for her because it was just so bizarre to us. We wanted to help her, thinking at the time she must have had mental issues and escaped the hospital or something. There were a few problems with our theory though when we got to actually thinking about it. There aren't any mental hospitals anywhere near where we live, nor regular hospitals. Second and most important, to me anyway, she had a solid white, very old looking medical gown and was hugging this really odd leather satchel. Something like I'd never seen before. It looked like something straight from the early 1900s. I remember fixating on that bag when she stood in front of our car. It looked so out of place, and so did her gown. It had no pattern, just dirty marks on it. I don't know what this could have been. It's the scariest thing I've ever experienced. I keep thinking I should call the cops to report this in case a woman that matches her description is missing in my area, or maybe she was sex trafficked and escaped or something. But why wouldn't she just ask for help if that was the case? She certainly didn't act like someone looking for help. Is this the reason I started to believe 100% in the paranormal? It still just makes my skin crawl every time I pass that 7-Eleven or go into it. That's all I can think about, especially if I pass it late at night. It still gives my whole body chills. Sorry if I repeated myself a lot or got onto rambling. It's just a life-changing experience for me, and I get all out of whack when thinking about it. Anybody have any logical explanation of this? The pairing of the old all-white medical gown and the brown leather satchel makes me struggle so hard as to where she could have come from, other than something like a mental hospital, or being kidnapped and escaped. Maybe somehow she had the bag to try and use it to identify who kidnapped her, or something, I don't know. My mind struggles trying to find a reasonable explanation as to what the hell she was. It still sometimes feels like a figment of my imagination, but me and my sister both experienced it, and we get so creeped out whenever anyone brings it up. Maybe she somehow fell through time or something, I don't know. It's just the most bizarre thing in my life. God, I get so scared thinking back to when she started making a beeline right at me and walking out from the dark for me to see she was in a hospital gown holding that creepy ass bag. Ugh, so fucking weird. So goddamn scary. So I've had a few Hatman experiences, but none are like what I've seen others have. I'm 24 years old and have been seeing him around my parents' house since I was very little, maybe 4 at the youngest. A little set up about my parents' house. It's in the south and was built in 1920. It's a very old and small farmhouse. Every room connects in a big circle, apart from the kitchen and dining room which come off the living room. First encounter. I was around 4 or 5 years old. I know I hadn't started school yet, and my brother and sister had. They were at friends' houses this night while my dad was at work. Me and my mother were sitting in the living room, which has a small hallway that leads to a bathroom in it. The bathroom then connects to my bedroom, which connects to my parents' bedroom, which connects to the living room where me and my mum are. So we see the bathroom light flicker from the living room, and my mum is visibly afraid of this. We're Italian Catholic, so she has a big fear of demons and ghosts and such, as her parents were straight from Italy. But me seeing her scared, and me being the only boy in the house, just me and her, I got up to check it out, even though she told me not to. Well, when I run into the bathroom, I see the light flicker to on one last time. And as I walk in, I see a very tall shadow man with a fedora-like hat walk into my room. The light switch for the bathroom is right next to the door to my room. And this guy is tall, taller than anyone in my family. He reached the top of the doorway, so he was about 6 feet and some inches. Everyone in my house is between 5'3" and 5'10". Well, I chased him to see who this was, being a dumb kid. And I chased him from my room, to my parents', to the living room with my mom. I saw him walk through the doorway to the living room, but when I got in there, it was just my mom and I. Asked if she'd seen him, and she said no. Leaving me confused. I didn't even know what ghosts or demons were at this point. Second encounter. I was around 6 or 7 at this time, and I was laying in bed very late one night on the top bunk, and I see someone from my parents' room walk into my room. I assumed it was my dad because it sounded like a man walking, but I was supposed to be asleep, so I just pretended I was. But being on the top bunk, I couldn't see the door to my parents' room from where I was. So it wasn't till the man walked into the middle of the room, I saw it was the very same tall man with a fedora-like hat on again. I still didn't move, but I watched him go up to my closet and go into it. And I just sat there, waiting for him to come out until I fell asleep. I never did see him come out of the closet. Third encounter. This one was more recent in 2020. I had moved back into my parents' house the year before to help with some medical issues my mom was having and had to stay there due to COVID. My brother also still lives there too. So one night I'm chilling in my room again and the door to the bathroom is open, and out of the corner of my eye, while on my laptop, I see someone looking at me from behind the doorway, peeking out at me. I thought it was my brother and he needed my help for something, so I take off my headphones and look over. And I stare at him. The Hat Man again. We just sat there observing each other from a few seconds before he quickly goes behind the doorway. I would like to mention, this doorway is maybe 4 inches of wall behind it from where he was peeking out, before the wall turns to the longer wall in the bathroom. The other side of the longer wall is the closet in my room. I've seen him peek many times and walk past doorways many times over my whole life, and we've always lived in that same house. These are just my most major encounters with him, and I've never seen him stay peeking for any amount of time when I looked at him other times. I also want to mention that around 12 or 13 years old, my mother put crosses over almost every doorway in the house, except my closet door and the 2 doors that lead the bathroom. One of those being in my room and the other in the hall. I always see him in those areas now too, where the crosses aren't, like he's trapped between that hall, the bathroom, the closet and my room. It's almost like a small little square of the house with walls separating the rooms. Another note, I'm not the only one who's seen him in my house. My brother, sister and mom have as well. And they all described him the same way as I did before. I even told them I'd seen him. I also hear him walking around, and a few times I was home alone showering and had the door to the hallway locked, and someone jiggled the doorknob on more than one occasion, like they wanted to come through. But when I'd get out, I'd check around the house and find no one home. Another time, me and my brother were in our room and heard 3 knocks come from inside the closet while the door was closed. We both looked at each other, looked at the door and said, "Fuck that," and kept on our computers and ignored it. I also want to mention that at no point in seeing that man have I ever felt fear, but the opposite. He's always felt friendly and lost. I've only felt fear when the doorknob shook for several days and when the 3 knocks came from the closet. I also want to mention I believe my house has others wandering the same area as the Hat Man, as me and my siblings have seen and heard other things that don't fall in line with the Hat Man we know. I can write about those in another post and or add their Hat Man stories to this one if you'd all like. I was just wondering if this is the Hat Man we're seeing, or if this is just another shadow person or ghost in our home that happens to wear a hat also. since it seems most people see that man when they have sleep paralysis. Yet I've seen him only once while in bed and many times out of it. And it seems most people fear him. Yet for us, he's never driven negative emotions from us. We moved into our new home in December of 2015. The place had been built in 1961 and was a nice sprawling ranch on an acre of land in a great neighbourhood. The lady who owned the house had only lived there a year before, and her significant other parted ways and she needed to sell. The place was a tiny bit run down. The yard was overgrown and it looked a little sad, but it had great bones, and we were looking forward to living in a bigger house that was all on one level. When we were having inspections done, we talked to the lady who was selling us the house. She told us that she bought the house from a long-time owner who sold it after her husband had passed away. Let's call them Mike and Mary. Once we got all moved in, my wife took a week off to personalise the place. One of the rooms was a small library/study type room with a wet bar and a bunch of bookshelves. In that room was a large oak railroad desk upon which our daughter had left a bunch of her stuff. As my wife was cleaning the desk off, she knocked over a water bottle and it fell onto the floor. She picked it up and set it on the corner of the now clean desk and walked out of the room. She did some work in the bedroom, and as she was walking down the hallway past the office, she happened to glance and was dumbstruck. On the desk was the water bottle, in the middle of the desk and standing upside down on its lid. She immediately called me to tell me what had happened, and I assured her that she probably wasn't paying attention and just put the bottle on the desk upside down. When I got home that afternoon, she was waiting for me, holding the bottle, and said, "Try it." It took countless attempts before I could actually get the bottle to stand upside down because the lid was slightly convex. Being the rational one, I told her that the simplest explanation is most likely the correct one. She got annoyed with me, but she agreed that ghosts are probably not the most rational explanation. I settled into sorting stuff from the move, and I heard her call me from the hallway. She was holding a framed picture in her hands. She pointed to the floor and said, "Look." On the floor was a perfect puddle of water. She had leaned the print against the wall where she was going to hang it and walked away to get her hammer. When she came back, the picture frame was soaking wet and there was a puddle of water on the floor. The day was bright and sunny, and there hadn't been any water on the floor when she set the painting down. Besides, that wouldn't explain why there was water on the part that wasn't touching the floor. I went into the crawl space to check the pipes, and there was no water line that ran under the hallway, so they all went straight back to the kitchen and then over to the bathrooms. Nowhere near the place this occurred. By this time I was freaked out, but to calm my wife's nerves, I told that we, or our daughter, probably spilled something on the frame and floor without realising it. She wasn't buying it. The next day when I went to work, she walked around the house and spoke to the ghost, assuming that it was Mike's spirit. She told him that he was free to stay as long as he felt it necessary, but to please stop doing things like that because he's scaring her, and we promised that we would take care of the house. After that, her experiences stopped, but my daughter and I still saw and heard things. One day, while getting ready, a cat walked into the bedroom and walked back out. At first, I thought it was my cat, but this one was bigger than mine. So I called out to my wife and said, "Where's the cat?" She replied, "He's outside." Why? I couldn't answer. I was dumbfounded. To keep from freaking her out, though, I just made up some excuse like, "I was just wondering." At this point, all skepticism had abandoned me, and I was starting to realise there was indeed a ghost in our house. It was then that, while looking through a file drawer of old receipts for upgrades to the house, that Mary had left when she had moved out. I found an envelope full of photos of Mary and Mike remodelling the master bedroom. It was obvious from the photos they loved the house and they would still be living there had he not passed away. We decided to put the photos back in the drawer and leave them alone. It felt a bit weird to be looking at them. They had also left something interesting stuff in the garden. Heart-shaped stepping stones, garden gnomes in little hiding places, etc. Every time I found something that seemed personal, I tried to leave it alone out of respect. I decided to start ignoring some of the weird stuff that went on in the house. I occasionally heard footsteps and, especially in the garage/workshop, puddles of water would appear on the floor. The strangest thing that I can recall happened 4 years ago. While I had always been into cars a little, there was one car I despised. That was the Corvette. Even when I was a little kid, I never really thought they were cool. Then 4 years ago, I decided I was going to buy a Corvette. I don't know why, but it was all I could think about. I joined Corvette forums, started researching them like crazy, until finally I bought one. The entire time, I couldn't figure out why I wanted one, but after I got mine, I was irrationally happy. 2 years ago, my wife and I were taking a long road trip, and as you do, we were talking about all kinds of stuff, when the subject drifted to Mike and Mary. It was at that point that we realised that, aside from the fact that he died, we knew nothing about Mike. I decided to see if I could at least find his obituary online, and sure enough, thanks Google, we found it. He was apparently a great guy, well loved and travelled. He died from pneumonia at a fairly young age of 63. People from all over the world had commented about how much they loved him, etc. The obituary had a photo of him holding his cat, which, sure enough, was the cat I saw. The freakiest thing of all, though, was one line in the obituary which read, "He loved cars of all kinds, especially Corvettes." There isn't much of an ending to this. We still live in the house. Strange occurrences have tapered off to the point that they're either not happening or we're not noticing. We have thought about contacting Mary to see if she would like the photos, but I don't want to bring back any painful memories. This occurred when I was 7 years old. Bit of backstory though. I came from a very abusive childhood, both physically and emotionally, never sexually. I had never had a Christmas present, never a birthday present or card, or even a cake on special occasions. I didn't have my first birthday cake till I was in my 20s. Friends found out and made up for my arsehole parents. Anyway, it was one of those nights when I was beaten and locked in my room. Left to cry in the darkness, the pain from the punches to my face burning as my tears rolled down my face. There was a rattle at the door where the lock was on the other side of the door. Thinking it was one of my parents, I tried to hide behind the bed as best I could to shield myself further. Peeking over the bed sheets, the door opened a sliver and then closed. Thinking my parents had changed their mind on coming into the room and going back downstairs, I sat back on the bed, the tears still falling, the pain still present. It was then I noticed that there was no sound of my parents' footsteps moving away from my room. At that moment, I felt a small hand, not that much smaller than my hand at the time, touching my cheek. It was icy cold, but the moment it touched my skin, the pain faded away. I almost felt calm instantly, and the crying stopped. The touch then warmed slightly, then disappeared. I slept the whole night through, unfortunately without bedwetting that night, only to find a small teddy bear beside my pillow. My parents saw me with it in the morning, grasping it close. They immediately started fighting with each other, screaming, "Why did you get him that fucking thing?" And "I didn't get him it. You must have, you bitch." And so on and so on. So clearly, neither of them had a slight change of heart. But whenever I needed comfort, the bear helped me remember that moment of the soothing touch and helped me get through some really bad times. Cut to me leaving my parents' house years later. I had to pack bit by bit, keeping a few bags of clothes and boxes stored in the attic out of their way. I left with very little, and it was one of my close friends that was helping me leave as soon as the coast was clear from them. It was time to leave, my teddy appeared in my hand and grabbed my bag. On the back of the attic, however, was a pile of stuff that had been left by the previous owner of the house, which my parents didn't throw out. There was a photo frame covered in cloth. I pulled away the fabric and found it was a family portrait. In the photo was a small young girl who couldn't have been more than 5 years old in the portrait, with her parents, and in her small hands was the teddy bear that had appeared beside me all those years ago, that I still have to this day. I looked at this portrait, my teddy and my bag, and left without looking back. I needed to find out who lived at that house before my parents, so after contacting a few people to help track down the people in the portraits, I made contact with them and met them at their home. As it turned out, their small daughter had passed away at the age of 5 from cancer. The portrait was made not long before she passed away. I showed them the teddy bear and they wondered how I got it. I told them my experience and their eyes filled with tears of joy. They told me that before their daughter passed away, she spoke that she wanted her bear to help someone that needed him as she did. The little girl's name was Anna. The portrait was returned to her parents, but they told me that I was to keep the bear as their daughter wanted me to have it. I'll never forget that touch from that night. The feeling of calm that washed over me, the relief from the pain and the power that teddy bear has gotten me through. One of the first things ever experienced in that house was experienced by my aunt maybe 11 or 12 years ago. My aunt used to live with us and she had a job where she had to leave very early in the morning because of the hour commutes from our house to her job. She was leaving our house at around 5 a.m. When she walked outside, she saw something that looked like a man behind her car. Keep in mind, it was pitch black outside, kind of like he was inspecting it. And he didn't notice my aunt, and before he could, my aunt ducked behind a support beam of our porch and just waited there until the guy left, but suddenly he stopped moving. My aunt's waiting and waiting, but this guy wasn't moving here at all, just idle. Then it hit my aunt. She had pepper spray in her bag. She grabbed the spray out of her back, looked over the corner, and saw the guy fully go behind her car out of her view. With the spray in her hand, she charged him for nothing to be there. She swears that she knows she saw something but can't explain it. Now, the first experience I ever had was about 9 years ago. I was about 7 at the time and was asleep downstairs on the couch, where I liked to fall asleep watching TV with my dad. And the only people who were home were me, my dad, and my brother who was 5 at the time. My dad and my brother were upstairs in my parents' room, so I was the only one downstairs at the time. My mom, who works night shifts, and my aunts had already left for work, I presume, as my aunts would have probably been downstairs with me, and my mom leaves my house at about 9 p.m, and doesn't get home till 8 p.m. Now, my couch points directly towards our fireplace, so if I'm laying on my side, like I was, the first thing I see is my fireplace, so when I woke up, it was weird not to be seeing my fireplace, which is when my eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I could see a lady standing there. She looked possibly Mexican or Puerto Rican. I'm not entirely sure, as she was wearing what looked like to be a dress or a maid's outfit, and she was just back, staring at me. All I could do was stare back at her. I didn't know what else to do or say when she said, LA, LA, LA. It freaked me out so much I just put my head under the blankets and fell back asleep. And I couldn't explain what happened, and my brother thinks it was probably a dream. My brother always hears stuff in the house, supposedly weird noises. People talking, someone calling his name, and one of the weirdest experiences he's had is hearing somebody yelling while home alone. Take this story with a grain of salt, as he's a liar and lies about a bunch of stuff. At the time, he was maybe 12 and I was 14 with me, my mom and my dad were going to a concert. My aunt no longer lived with us, so my brother was home alone with my parents. trusted him to be alone. So after he was home alone, he was just playing video games when he heard somebody scream his name as if they were getting stabbed. He thought it was our mom, and then he realised that he couldn't be her because we had left to the concert. He then tried to listen closer, and the lady kept screaming his name over and over. So he locked his door. He thought maybe it was a burglar or something, and he just kept quiet. He ended up falling asleep in his room closet, where we found him when we got home after. My dad had to open his room door with a key. He told us what happened, and my dad went looking around the entire house without finding anyone or anything that looked like someone could have broken in. Another time, me and my mom were watching TV when we both had seen something above the TV, almost as if it was a person's shadow floating. And then he drifted to the right and disappeared. We couldn't explain it all. It didn't look like smoke or anything. And nothing was burning to produce smoke anyways. And we can't explain what we had seen that day. One of the most recent things we've experienced was about 1 year ago, when my grandma had come over to visit us, and she slept in the guest room. The guest room has a walk-in closet, which has a door that opens with the slightest push. And my grandma was woken up by the sound of rustling in the closet. She put her glasses on and saw 2 beady eyes in the closet staring at her. The first thing she could think of was to scream very loud. She woke up the entire house, and we all came in to see what was happening. When she told my dad what happened, he looked inside the closet for anybody, but nothing was there. He tried to see if something maybe made the shape of eyes, but nothing in there looked like something that could be mistaken as eyes, and my grandma couldn't explain it. Maybe somebody could debunk all of these things, but to us, they were all real experiences, and I just wanted to put it online and see if anybody had similar experiences with weird stuff like this. Apparently, it's not normal, and what I saw still scares me to this day. Heck, my own grandfather said he saw it too sometimes. So silly little kid me always thought that everyone's house had demons with red eyes living in closets growing up. I didn't learn otherwise until I was about 13, when someone told me that I was paranoid. I was at a sleepover and was anxious about keeping my friend's closet door shut as I slept. In fact, I was certain she had a red-eyed demon too. She quite literally had the entire room's lights turned off, and I had to have my sleeping bag right in front of the closet all night. I didn't see red eyes, just so you all know. So when I was 20, I went to stay at my grandmother's and did some recording and work on some photo albums for her. I remember her saying she used to check the closet doors in the guest room when I slept in there, because I kept saying I saw demons with red eyes in a closet. She never told me when I started to see them, though she was convinced it was when I was 5 or 6. Years later, my sister was staying with her and started to ask about the red eyes. She never asked me about it until after my grandmother died. She saw other weird stuff in the house, but she remembered the whole red eyes thing too. She just told my mother, who blew it off. To this day, I can't sleep with the closet door open at night. I also made sure I had Legos on the floor, so if there was something in there, I would have to endure some pain because I seriously thought all demons were barefoot. I was a little kid when I thought that out. My sister passed in 2019 due to medical reasons, and while she and I were close, every now and then weird things happen. I'm used to ghosts because I've seen an orange tabby, which was mine, named Kurtz. He passed away in 2011. He follows me around, or I feel him near me as I sleep. Recently, I was asleep when I heard my sister yelling at me. Usually, I involuntarily kick in my sleep, and when I heard her voice, that's exactly what happened. My fiancé was the person I kicked, and it woke him before he fell on the floor. My fiancé is convinced my sister was trying to wake me to prevent him from falling and hitting his head on the bookshelf and seriously hurting himself. The other experience with her ghost was when I was at my parents' house to visit her son. My nephew was really bad at math, and for some reason I heard my sister's voice saying, "He's just like you. You hate it too." I was about to reply because it sounded like she was sitting right next to me. I looked confused as my nephew walked over with his homework and said, "Mom said you to ask you to show me how to multiply fractions." I'm bad at other math problems, but fractions are my best friend. I was very confused because I asked my mother if she told my nephew and she said no. Remember, you used to show your sister how to multiply fractions all the time. Remember? So I did it, but I was very confused. After a while, I went downstairs to the guest room, my sister's old room. My sister's cat, Chester, was acting very weird all night. He's usually very friendly and kind of like a furry bowling ball. That night, he was sitting at the foot of the bed, staring, and then he started to act just like my cat, Kurt. When I mean act like my cat, he curled by my head and purred, while Chester never does. Then I heard my sister saying again, "Are you reading that book?" Reference to that book is The Thief of Always by Clive Barker. I wasn't scared, more perplexed because after she died, the book utterly vanished. We haven't found it since. In the book is a picture of my sister in front of Sirius Black's house at Universal Studios. My mum has also heard my sister asking about the book too. She still hasn't figured out the reference yet, so I haven't had time to tell her. For one, I will name my experiences and the weird sensations it caused. The first one was when I was between 6 to 8. My grandmother and grandfather had a nightlight in the hall that you could see almost into the living room, but that night I couldn't see at all. It was like a black mass. It was so black that I couldn't see the atomic orange Barco lounger my grandfather loved and my grandmother hated. Why I was out of bed that late was strange in itself. I was in the hall heading to the bathroom. Then I got this pressure on my ears, like the kind where your ears would pop. So I ended up in the bathroom holding a Q-tip. Just as I was about to put it into my left ear, my grandfather came into the bathroom. He asked what was wrong and I told him. He went to get a heat compress to help pop my ears. I never told him about what I saw or felt. Fast forward to when I was 15 or 16. We came for Christmas because my dad killed our Christmas tree. I was sleeping in the living room and when I woke, I realised my period started. But that didn't cause what I saw. I thought it did, but my sister confirmed years later I didn't have a dream or slept, walked or hallucinated. I remember waking up and walking into the dining area. My grandmother was sitting across from my dad talking about getting a Christmas tree. I walked in, and then according to my dad, all the colour went from my face. What I saw standing behind my grandmother to this day scares me. It was a boy dressed in brown overalls like from the 1900s. He was looking over her shoulder, but when he realised I could see him, he turned to look at me. There was a black pit where her face ought to be, and red eyes just staring at me. I went back to the fold-out bed, and I was terrified. Yeah, my period was a pain, but what I saw could not vocalise until I was nearly 25 years old. I never told my mother what I saw, nor my grandmother. When I was 25, my sister, who was staying with my grandmother due to her being ill, called me in a panic. After my grandmother was placed in a nursing home, something was going on. My sister asked me if I knew our grandmother's house was haunted. I gave her a vague response as I was still haunted by what I saw as a teenager. My sister asked my help, so I, being the spiritual one in the family, gave her 2 seals I created and blessed as I'm a Wiccan. I had to give instructions and also to place the seals in certain hidden areas of the house. One was in a plain sight, which was a utility room/bathroom, which my sister said was the focus area. I told her 1 seal goes in her wallet and stays with her all the time in that house. She also couldn't tell her boyfriend or friend who stayed at the house about it. Eventually, her boyfriend did ask me why I said it was for his safety. The house was sold right after my grandmother died. We never knew what it was that haunted that place. My grandmother was a very negative person, and though my grandfather tried to make the house light and happy, whatever it was just sucked the life out of them. I'm convinced I saw a demon. One day, I asked my sister about what it was, and she described something almost exactly what I saw at 15 or 16. And I suddenly said, and I thought I was the only one who saw it. She seemed shocked, and I told her what I saw that Christmas holiday so long ago. She also said my seals seemed to scare that thing into the back bathroom. I'm still convinced it was a demon, and somehow my own seals were what scared it. To this day, I still place seals in places I live for protection. They just bring me comfort. Look, I don't believe in any paranormal stuff, and I don't really worship anything. But tonight, I heard something knocking outside my home, very loudly, so my dog heard it too. German Shepherd Husky mix. I went to check, thinking maybe my stepdad was taking out my other dog, and he got locked out. But nothing was there. This was around 11:30. I live in North Carolina and have neighbours across from me and to my sides with a pasture of horses to the left and woods in the back. It's 2015/16 and I'm going out to take my dog out in the back near the start of my woods. It's snowing now as it's around Christmas time, much like it is today. I'm around 11 or 12 at the time, so when I started to hear wind chimes or music box-like sounds coming from the woods, I panicked a little bit and brought my dog into the house. Later I told my uncle and grandma, who didn't seem to believe me, but at the time reports of clowns luring kids in the woods started to appear in the news in South Carolina. Yes, this was a real thing and a real panic here. So maybe they would cut me some slack. This wasn't the case, and they didn't seem to believe me. My uncle, however, said there was an old house back there across from our property line, so he said maybe it was them. But it wasn't that kind of music, and he didn't believe me when I said what it sounded like. Fast forward to now, 2021, December 3rd. It's around Christmas time again. I'm now 17. My uncle's recently deceased. I've moved into the house with the woods with my mother and stepdad. However, it's not snowing currently, and I've yet to really go back there, so I've not heard of it again. After hearing something knock and walk around outside, separated in time by maybe an hour, I finally looked up my experience and found that people have similar experiences around the same time, same sounds and similar settings. If it snows this season, I'm taking my dog out there to see if I hear it again. I've never experienced anything super paranormal, other than a few things as a kid. One time when I was 6, I was playing on the PS2 before school, and my vision flashes bright green, which really freaked me out at the time. This hasn't happened since. The other one is that my sister and I were playing in our basement, and eventually we went upstairs. When we came back down, the sombrero that we had sitting on the ground had completely flipped over, and when we went to move it, one of her electronic Barbie dolls in a corner of the basement randomly started talking. Another thing I have to mention is that my dad and all of his relatives claim that the house they grew up in is haunted. Their dogs would bark at the ceiling for no reason. His toys would shuffle around as a kid. Everyone he grew up on with could occasionally hear their names called when no one was home. Faucets would randomly turn on, and double doors would randomly swing open. Turns out, previous owners of the house had a 4-year-old girl that died by running out into the street in front of the house. Another thing to mention is that when my dad was a child, his great-grandmother told him that he had a guardian angel, and he has had some pretty crazy things happen to him over the years. Due to my dad telling me all of these stories, I've always been extremely fascinated with paranormal things. I could keep mentioning things, but I'm going to explain what has started happening at our house. Anyways, I moved into my basement at the start of 2020, and shit has been happening. The second I finished moving all of my things into the room, I had a really weird gut feeling that I've never had before. Lights have started flickering in my room, and sometimes my room can get extremely cold out of nowhere. I have a laptop in my room that runs really hot, and it's pretty much on all the time, so this shouldn't happen. Plus the furnace is in my room behind a closed door, so this really shouldn't happen. Something else started happening like a week ago, where I'll go to open a door, like the bathroom, and when I go to turn the knob, it won't budge as if it's locked. But I'll give it a few minutes, and it opens with zero issues. Another thing, I was home alone with my dogs. Both of them were in my sight, and I heard a door slam shut in the basement. Sure enough, our storage room door that is right outside my room that I left open was closed when I went to go check. Here's the kicker. My dad has some sixth sense and he can almost feel like paranormal shit. We had family friends years ago and we would go to their house pretty often. At some point, faucets started turning on in the middle of the night. Things would move around, doors would lock behind people after entering rooms, etc. Anyways, my mom wanted to do a test because she doesn't believe in anything paranormal. We all went over to their house one day, and my mom didn't mention anything to my dad about what's been going on in their house. After being there for 40 minutes, my dad pulled my mom out into the garage and told her he had a really bad feeling about the house and that he wanted to leave. It was late afternoon a couple of days ago, and I went to put my 2-week-old baby girl down for a nap in her bedroom. I'd been up all night taking care of her, and I'd been doing laundry and other chores all morning, so I was pretty tired myself. My husband ran to the store to get some groceries, so I decided to take a nap while Natalia was sleeping. I grabbed the baby monitor and went to lay down in our bedroom across the hall. I always make sure I grab the baby monitor when I'm going to lay down, since I have 2 sleeping disorders and I sleep hard, so I don't always hear her cries when she needs something. Anyways, I decided to read a little bit before napping. All of a sudden, I hear a bunch of static coming from the baby monitor. I ignored it and continued reading, figuring as long as my daughter wasn't crying, I could ignore the noise. Amanda, I heard a kid's voice quietly say over the baby monitor. I froze. Did I really just hear a child call me over the baby monitor? I instantly felt creeped out, and like something or someone was watching me. Scared, I ignored the voice. I heard static again, and then the same voice said, "Come here." Still very creeped out, I went across the hall to my baby's room, and saw my sweet girl laying in her bassinet quietly looking at me walk through the door, almost like she was waiting for me to come and get her. Quickly, I grabbed my daughter and left the room. I'm not sure if she was communicating to me through the baby monitor somehow. As I mentioned earlier, I do have 2 sleep disorders, so I'm not always very good with hearing her cries when I'm sleeping. So I'm not sure if this was a way of her signaling to me that she needed something before I fell asleep, or if there was something in her room that was communicating to me. I've never felt any malevolent spirits in our home, but I did feel on edge after that experience a couple days ago. Haven't experienced anything since though. I was 18 at the time and had been on a bushwalking road trip with my dad in the New South Wales outback. I was set to meet up with my brother, 21, and a mutual friend in a small rural town to go vermin shooting on a huge outback property. I'd been in the Army Reserve for more than a year and a member of the Scout movement for more than 5 years. I spent a lot of time, and still do, hiking and camping solo and really enjoyed the solitude of the Australian bush. I provide this context to highlight that I was very experienced and comfortable with being in remote and desolate locations. So after my dad dropped me off at my friend's place and my brother arrived, we piled into our friend's car and headed into the outback as night fell. After several hours, we arrived at our destination, and walked into the dark to hunt with 22s and a 243 and a shotgun. We set up a basic camp before sunrise and slept until about midday, then back out for another night shooting. On the third night, we only stayed out for a few hours. Over the whole 2 days, we didn't see another soul. I feel this is important to mention because what happened to me next had nothing to do with the remoteness or bush setting. On the last morning after packing up camp, our friend wanted to visit a small town nearby where there was a natural hot spring pool to soak in before the drive home. This sounded like a fantastic idea, so we went. As we drove into the small town, I sensed what I recall as a hissing or buzzing sound that gave me intense goosebumps and shivers. At first, I thought it might have been one of those passing moments that disappears as soon as it starts, but the feeling continued and even intensified. It was a horribly oppressive feeling that I didn't know how to handle. My brother and friend got out and dived into the pool, but I couldn't bring myself to do anything, spending the next 20 to 30 minutes feeling like I was about to throw up, and I never throw up. I didn't know how to communicate my feelings to the other two, so I didn't say anything. We jumped back into the car and drove back the way we came, and the feeling subsided. It was a little while later that I realised I felt okay, and was able to relax a little bit, but I remember feeling confused and feeling weird for the next few hours. I've heard about times where a person or place didn't resonate, and that's exactly what this was. It was more than a feeling of discomfort, more like a feeling of dread and danger, but I was the only one of us who felt it. I spoke to my brother years later about it, and he only vaguely recalled the visit to the town and pool at all, but remembers the camping and hiking part vividly. I've never been back to that small town, but often think about it, and wonder whether it would have been the same effect now. A few days before Christmas, a huge tree of over 100 feet fell on my house due to a fairly heavy rain for Southern California standards. It slightly damaged the roof, but nothing serious, and no one was injured. The next morning, the tree trimmers came out to cut the tree into manageable pieces to remove it, and left just the stump. Maybe a day later, all of the surrounding ivy, I'd say around 3 feet around the base of the tree, turned black. The tree is next to a route I walk my dog on every day, where she needs to do her business. The day after the tree was cut down, when we got near the tree, her tail tucked between her legs. She kept looking over her shoulders if something was behind her, and she immediately tried to pull me back to the house. I've never seen her so upset and frightened about anything. Earlier today, I had a friend visit who's leaving for college in a few days, and before I said anything about the tree and my dog's behaviour, she said, "I feel a strange energy behind your house. Something's behind your house." I tell her that my dog has been acting strange near the cut down tree, and she asks to walk with her behind the house, and sure enough, right by the tree, my dog's tail tucks and she starts to whimper. I personally haven't noticed anything odd or out of the ordinary, but the fact that my dog reacts at the same spot each time has me intrigued. Around the beginning of summer, my dad bought and moved into a new house. When we first went in, it seemed like an average house from the 1800s, old and in need of some repairs. But things changed when we went into the basement. The first thing that caught my eye was a blue door with the writing Wolfgang, and a star made out of lines like seen in the Blair Witch Hunt. The room it led to was small. If I stood in the middle, I could touch every wall. But before I investigated that, I went all the way down the stairs and looked to my right, and there was an empty room. Except for a moment I saw someone standing and looking at me, almost like a warning. I quickly jumped back, and when I investigated further with my dad, the room's only contents were some pipes. We then went and explored the basement more and found a room that you needed to go around several turns to get to. When I first saw it, I thought it was a normal room, until I turned around. There stood a wall full of names that I couldn't read, and two that were crossed out. Actually, while I'm writing this, I heard a crash of some sort from downstairs, but I'm the only one home. It could have just been from the car and trucks outside, though. One night, I was just sleeping when the fire alarm went off with no fire in the middle of the night. The thing was, though, that just a few minutes before it went off, I woke up. When I was trying to fall back asleep, that's when it went off. I was just relaxing on the couch when I heard a loud beeping. I assumed it was a truck backing up, but after a while it didn't stop. I search around for where it's coming from, but none of the alarms are going off until I open the basement door and it's louder. I text my dad about it and he manages to turn it off remotely. Small incident. Once I heard a pencil rolling, but the pencil in my room was completely still. Again, a sound from downstairs. Maybe it's the extremely old heating system. I hope it is. I'll just put on some YouTube. Only 2 things are left till my story ends. First, the thing that happened last night. I was trying to go to bed when I sat up and saw something tall and white slide behind my dresser. I told myself it was the white cord behind the dresser connecting to the TV. But when I checked behind it in the morning, the cord was black and completely still. Finally, my vision. In my peripheral vision, I keep seeing 2 things. Someone staring at me and cats. I often see someone peeking around corners and looking at me. I also see cats wandering a house with none. One night around 2 years ago, a friend and I were playing video games in the early morning, something we usually do up until this day. We were chilling, hunting in a video game called The Hunter, Call of the Wild. Anyone familiar with this game knows it's pretty chill and silent up until the point an animal makes a call sign or a mating noise. And in some locations, you can get scared with loud noises from elks. This particular night, it was around 4 in the morning. We were at the peak of our game when we were playing it every day. We were hunting for deer, silently waiting for them to pass by, when all of a sudden, I heard a loud scream from a woman in my headphones, as if coming from my friend's house. At first, it scared the crap out of me, because I wasn't expecting it, and immediately asked, "Is everything okay?" He remained silent until I called his name, then he said, "Wait, that wasn't you?" "No," I answered. "I thought that was over at your house." He proceeded to describe the exact experience I had to me. For a moment, we remained silent, looking at each other inside of the game, but no other noise or anything familiar happened. I asked him about 2 weeks ago if he was pulling a prank on me, but he denied it. I know my friend very well, and he would have said something by now. All of our 5-person group of friends know about this experience, and no one is certain about what could have happened that night. To start, I'm 31, male. This happened over the course of my younger life, from first memories till college at 20. My grandparents lived in a decent-sized house in a small town in the mountains of North Carolina. Before his death, they set for a hand-painted portrait of both of them, my grandfather wearing a short-sleeved blue shirt with his glasses on. The picture hung in their house for decades. Another note, my grandfather died 3 days before I was born and was buried the day I was born. My parents went to the funeral in the morning and the hospital later that day. Due to this, my middle name is my grandfather's, the one I never met. Now for the strange occurrences. We lived 2 hours away from my grandmother's house, but visited all the time and basically every holiday. The occurrences started happening not long after I was born and continued for decades, even into college, and I assume still does. But my grandmother is 12 years passed on and my uncle owns the house now. So to keep things short, many members of my family would see a man with big glasses, a blue shirt, and looked kinda old walking up to the front door. The description was just like my grandfather's picture. Almost everyone on my dad's side of the family has seen the man. He'll walk up the driveway, past the windows in front of the house, and disappear just before getting to the door. He's also been spotted downstairs, either standing at the bottom of the steps or walking through one of the rooms down there. When the house was empty, while I was in college, I would see him walk into the kitchen. The figure always disappeared upon investigation. It was always brief glimpses of the figure, lasting a few seconds at most. There was no harm coming from it. Nobody was ever frightened by it. The most memorable occurrence was the day my grandmother passed. She was sick and wanted to live in her own house. She passed during the day, and for the first time for me, others had seen it happen, I saw the figure walking away from the house into the night. Shortly after graduating high school, I moved in with some friends. They were a newly married couple. Rick, the husband, and I knew each other from having grown up on the same streets. I met Carol, his wife, when they were dating junior year. We were pretty much inseparable for about 5 years, with me being the third wheel. My friends bought an older house in town since they were expecting their first child soon. It was a small 3-bed, 1.5 bath with a quaint backyard. I moved into the new house with them, as it was a pretty ideal situation since we were all doing our best to cut expenditures and save money. As most friends and roommates do, we talked about all kinds of things. We talked about movies, food, people we knew, and likes and dislikes. Carol mentioned during one of these conversations that one of her dislikes was taking baths. She said she never felt the same level of cleanliness that one would get from a shower. I agreed. However, 2 nights later, something happened that made me question her aversion to baths. It was just about dawn when I woke up, needing to use the bathroom. It generally takes an act of God to get me up from bed if I have to pee. I can usually hold it for hours, even while sleeping, because I don't want to get up. This day was different, however, and the urge was undeniable. I proceeded to get up and walk to the shared main bathroom. The bathroom door was adjacent to my room. As I opened the door, I saw the shower curtain on the tub had been pulled back about halfway, and that Carol was taking a bath. I also heard the water running. Her head and face were facing towards me, which seemed odd to me at that moment. That would mean she would have had her head resting against the faucet. Unless she was rinsing her hair, that would be an awkward place to rest your head. I hurriedly excused myself with an apology, stating I didn't know the bathroom was already occupied. I went back to my bed and sat for about 7 to 10 minutes, waiting for her to exit the bathroom. I wouldn't use the half bath located adjoining the master bedroom, because that would be awkward and potentially wake up Rick. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, and still not having heard Carol come out of the bathroom, I decided to just go out in the backyard to relieve myself. The sunrise was probably just coming over the horizon at the time. It was pretty safe to assume that no neighbours were going to see me. I finished up and went back to bed for another hour. After I woke up, I went to the kitchen and saw Carol in there. Rick had already left for work. She was wearing a bathrobe and cooking breakfast. After morning pleasantries, I jokingly said to her, "You got up pretty early this morning. And for not being much of a bath person, you sure took a long one this morning." She looked at me confused and replied, "What do you mean?" I responded, "Sorry I interrupted your bath this morning. I didn't mean to. I waited a while for you to get out, but then I just couldn't hold it any longer and went out back. I didn't want to wake Rick up." She just stared back at me, even more bewildered. I assured her that I didn't see her naked and that I only saw her face and hair above the water, and that the shower curtain had covered up the rest of her. I also told her that it must have been uncomfortable, with her head resting against the faucet. She finally cracked a smile and said, "Come on, you're joking. I just got up. I haven't even showered yet." That's when I noticed that her hair was dry, and she even had a bit of bedhead. After a few minutes of back and forth of her insisting I was joking and me telling her I absolutely wasn't, we were both a bit speechless. Carol called Rick at work and confirmed it wasn't him taking a bath that morning either. I'm pretty much a skeptic when it comes to the supernatural and the paranormal, even though I like reading the stories and watching movies about those subjects. Carol was and still is pretty leery of those topics and doesn't like to discuss them, as they creep her out even now. I lived in a suite which entailed a shared bathroom between 2 rooms, which housed 4 people in total. My roommates and I have all experienced strange things in both of our rooms, but most of the weird stuff happened in or near the bathroom. Whoever designed the bathroom for some reason thought it was a good idea to put a motion sensor instead of a light switch in there. This would turn off every 8 minutes on the dot, so showering often ended in the dark. It started really casually halfway through my first semester. The bathroom light would turn on by itself, only at night, while nobody was even awake, besides myself, of course. I only eventually figured this out when the light turned itself on 3 times in a row, 24 minutes in total, prompting me to check on whoever was in there. It was nobody. Not long after this, it began happening more frequently, earlier and earlier each day, until it randomly did it at any given time. We all made light of it and began addressing our entity as Casper. We liked to joke and talk with Casper, asking him if he'd like to enjoy beverage with us from time to time. Second semester rolled around and lights continued to wig out every now and then. They eventually burned out. Oddly enough, the serviceman mentioned how it was funny that he was replacing those bulbs already, because he specifically remembered doing so before the start of the school year. This struck a chord with me and my roommates, but only made us interact with Casper more. We even went as far as setting up a seat for him at the poker table. Eventually, Casper decided he had a taste for coffee, and every 2 to 5 days, around 2:30 to 3 p.m, my coffee maker would turn itself on and begin heating up, which was very odd since no one really ever used it anyway. But this still wasn't the holy shit moment for me. I was alone in the dorm, completely. No roommates or suite mates to be seen or heard from, and I'm sitting in my bed scrolling. Out of nowhere, I heard a loud, distinct clatter from my bathroom. I knew instantly what it was. My roommates and I had purchased a large trash bin with a lock-on lid that we cut a hole in for bottles and cans. We kept it in the bathroom. Sure enough, when I walked in and the lights turn on, the lid of the bin is set perfectly in front of the can on its top. I was dumbfounded. The skeptic in me quickly set out to rationalise this, and I placed the lid back on to see how easy it was to knock off. I could lift the whole bin over my head holding just the lid, so it didn't just fall off. Then I tried setting it on top in case a roommate gets lazy. I probably knocked the lid off the top 24 times, but never once did it land or even sound remotely like it had. There was no bounce when I heard it. Then I tried what I was hoping I wouldn't have to. I took the lid and dropped it about a foot off the ground in front of the 3-foot bin. It landed and sounded exactly like it had when I originally heard it. I didn't stick around for another minute after that and went to the library until a roommate was there. Yes, I was willing to sacrifice them. Nothing that crazy ever escalated that much again, though the bathroom lights still turned on. My coffee maker started up much less frequently. I'm still a bit of a skeptic, but this was surely enough to get me thinking otherwise. I once worked away in Cheshire, England. Had to stay in a hotel for the night with a couple of work colleagues. This place was called Crabwall Manor and apparently dates back to the 1600s, although I didn't know this prior. And we actually liked the space for its size and location. It was quite cheap considering the size of the place, and the pictures looked great, so we booked straight away. Everything was normal until the night, where I kept feeling a tapping on my back as I turned on my left side. My workmate was in a separate bed a few feet away from me, and I thought he was messing around. I turned around, but he was asleep. I thought nothing of it, then tried to get back to sleep, when I felt another tap only a couple minutes later, and I quickly turned around again, saying, "What?" But again, he was asleep. I got kind of freaked out knowing that he wasn't able to tap me and returned to a still position without me noticing. I lay still, hoping that it would happen again for me to catch him, but when I felt the blanket start to tap against my back, I turned around almost instantly, only to see him fast asleep, and I said even louder, "What?" But he didn't budge. In fact, He didn't move from the position he was last in when I turned around previously. I got a bit freaked out by this, but the tapping stopped and eventually I drifted off to sleep. All I could remember from what happened next was that I felt like somebody was around me and wouldn't let me out of their sight. And as much as I wanted to be released, I couldn't. I remember a great feeling of distress and I woke up sweating and panicked. When it was finally time to get up for work, the tap/faucet in the bathroom turned slightly and released a small amount of water and the door ajar, which it wasn't before we went to bed. I don't know if this was a paranormal experience, but after reading up on some of the history of Crabwall Manor and learning about other disturbances, I think it should be looked into. I used to live alone in Bhopal, India, as my parents were in Delhi. I was doing my bachelor's. I was really curious about paranormal and ghostly stuff. For that me and one of my friends who used to live across my flat used to go out on my motorcycle at night around 12 a.m. or something to try and experience something paranormal. It had been more than a week or so that we didn't experience anything. However, it changed soon. One of the nights we got out around 1 to 1:30 a.m. and as usual, I was driving my motorcycle and my friend was sitting behind me. The road which I was driving on was desolate and was on the boundary of the lake and had fencing all along it. On the right side of the road there was a pond, and 200 to 300 meters down the road there was a right turn. It was a chilly night and there was fog all around us. However, there was a patch of around 100 to 150 meters, which didn't have any of it. At the end of the patch there was a tree on the right side of the road next to the pond. It was clearly visible as there was no fog in that particular patch. Halfway through the patch, I saw someone sitting on one of the branches of the tree and stopped my bike. I was terrified and told my friend to see it. As soon as I said it, someone jumped on the road. It had long hair and was wearing some dirty white clothes. It jumped on the road and started running towards the lake, which had a fence all around. It went through the fence. We could only hear the sound of the water splashing. I drove my motorcycle at full speed and recited prayers. When we crossed the place where it had jumped into the lake, we could see that it was properly fenced without any gaps, which were big enough from which a person could pass through. I asked my friend whether he saw what I saw. He only said he saw someone jump and could only hear the water splashing. From that day onwards, we stopped going on such rides. I believe we saw a witch. I live in Savannah, which is known for being a fairly haunted city. My home is a split level built in 1900, and I live with 2 roommates and a cat on the top level. I moved in a bit over a year ago, in January 2020, and things have been completely normal up until the past couple of weeks to a month. The first thing I noticed was open cabinets in the kitchen, almost on a daily basis. Like, I'll go in to grab a drink of water, and 5 different cabinets will be wide open. I'll shut them, and they'll be open again later in the day. I've lived with the same 2 roommates since last May, and have just recently started having this problem. When I asked my roommates about it, they sort of brushed it off like, yeah, I guess I could have left it open, my bad. But I found it weird that this would be a new habit. Relatively innocent, but on top of everything else, it starts to add up. Then our cat started acting just weird. I don't know how to describe it exactly. She's just been very on edge and seemingly nervous. She frequently meows at nothing when she used to be basically silent. She's very skittish and often runs away from me when I enter a room, when she used to be super affectionate and would climb up on me or purr and rub against my legs to greet me. She acts spooked by things I can't see and pounces on nothing. Maybe a bug problem if I had to guess at a reasonable explanation. Again, easy to brush off. Cats can be pretty weird after all, but it's so noticeably different from how she acted before. My roommate agrees and pointed it out independently of me. This is a small one, but around the same time, my lamp in my room started turning off and on its own. I've replaced the light bulb and have tried different outlets, and it always happens. It's touch activated. I'm sure there's some electrical or mechanical explanation, but thought I'd add it just to cover all my bases. Then, things started getting weirder. A few days ago, my one roommate and I were chilling on the couch, and I forgot how we got to the topic of conversation, but I brought up that I had had a nightmare the previous night. I couldn't really remember any details of it, besides that I had been in my room in the dream as well. But I woke up with such a deep feeling of dread that I actually prayed, despite having zero religious inclinations. When I admitted this, my roommate's eyes went wide and she told me she had the same experience on the same night. Like, what? Tonight freaked me out most and is what led me to posting this. I was hanging out with my roommate again, and as soon as she said goodnight and turned in for the night, I heard a fairly loud noise from the downstairs foyer area. Our front door is the only thing down there, aside from some old furniture we store under the staircase. It was probably just something placed precariously falling over, or the house settling or something like that. But it freaked me out enough that I went into my room and locked the door. As I was standing there deciding what to do, my door handle jiggled back and forth, as if someone was trying to come into my room. I froze and texted my roommate. My other roommate is out for the night, asking if she had tried to come in. She said no, and that it was probably the cat messing around. My brain went to intruder, so after silently freaking out and debating calling 911 for a few seconds, I got my mace and went out to check the house. Everything seems fine, but I swear someone tried to open my door. I know what it looks and sounds like when someone tries to open a locked door. It was summertime, so that meant that my dad would take me and my sister into town to go hang out and swim at the river with our friends. We did this basically every day in the summer, and summer came with last-minute plans. And on this particular day, my sister got invited to have a sleepover at her friend's house, which my parents agreed to. With that being said, I thought it was only fair that if my sister got to have a sleepover, that I could. I remember wearily calling my mom and asking because she wasn't the biggest fan of people coming over to the house at the last minute, but she agreed. My friend and I were so excited that as soon as we got to my house, we immediately went up to my bedroom to start getting the room ready while my parents were making dinner. That's when we saw it. My friend and I turned around to see a stranger in my doorway. This wasn't just scary because there was a stranger in my house, but it was even more scary because of his demeanour. He was dressed in a white wife-beater tank top and baggy jeans that didn't fit. He hadn't shaved, had yellow teeth, a scary smile, and greasy hair. He's what I would call the epitome of white trash. Obviously, since he was a stranger in my house, I screamed, and so did my friend. When we screamed, this man just laughed and turned around and walked away. I followed him. He walked down the hallway and he turned to the corner, which led right towards the kitchen where my parents were cooking dinner. I turned to the corner just a moment after him and he was gone. I was met by my parents asking why they were screaming. I explained to them everything, and they saw how terrified we were that my dad went to check the house. This is so strange to everyone because of so many reasons. 1, there was nowhere this man could have gotten between me and my parents to get out of the house. 2, I have very protective dogs. They didn't even sense that someone was in the house. 3, my dad checked the whole house and even the perimeter of the outside. There was no trace of anything. I still don't know what I would call this other than unexplainable. I think it was probably a spirit, but I really have no idea. I do know that everyone still remembers it. A few years ago, my family took my then boyfriend to the Mountery in New Orleans to do an escape room for his birthday. I've always been sensitive to spirits and was nervous about going, since the mortuary used to be a morgue and is surrounded by cemeteries. Because I love creepy shit, I went anyway. To my surprise, I didn't pick up on any weird feelings while I was there, and it was a lot of fun. After returning home, things got weird. I began to feel like someone was watching me when I was home. Once, I was taking a bath and pulled up my front camera on my phone, and I swore I saw something behind me run out of view. I turned around instantly, but nothing was there. Another night, I woke up because I was hearing music playing, but couldn't figure out where it was coming from. The weirdest thing that occurred still has me shaken up. One night, at around 2 or 3 a.m, I shot up straight in bed out of a dead sleep, feeling extremely anxious. I couldn't remember if I had a nightmare or not, or why I woke up. Suddenly, I heard 3 loud bangs on our front door. My first thought was that someone was breaking in. We lived in the hood at the time, and it wasn't uncommon. I ran to the front door, and the porch light was on. I walked up to the glass to peer out, but saw no one. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I felt like someone was behind me. I turned around to find no one there. I was so creeped out that I texted my divorced, estranged parents in a group chat, begging them to come over. I ended up making my roommate let me sleep in her room. A few weeks later, my aunt unexpectedly passed from suicide. Whether the knocks and her death coincide, I guess I'll never know. But I do wonder. A few years back, I was working as a music teacher at a primary school in Manchester. The building was quite old, and I had been told it was used as a hospital during World War II. But how true this is, I'm not sure. I've always believed in the paranormal after witnessing many things growing up in my parents' house. Because I live quite a distance from the school, to avoid traffic, I would leave for work at 5:45 a.m. I'd be in work for 6:30. But if I'd left 15 minutes later, I'd be stuck on the motorway for 2 hours. It was crazy, but I got my preparation done before most teachers got in, and I could relax. I was the first person, apart from the cleaners in the school, and it was usually dark in the morning, but I never felt or sensed anything, or felt scared. My music equipment room was downstairs, in the basement, and here I'd have to go down 2 flights of stairs, and switch the lights on as it was pitch black. You went down the stairs, and at the bottom there was an old toilet room immediately at the bottom to the left. This was mostly used for storage. The only other way to go was down a small corridor to the right. Halfway down was my room, and at the end was the art store room. In the mornings, sometimes I'd go down to my room and play drums before getting my equipment for the first lesson. I never heard or saw anything during that time. One lunchtime, I was in the music room and needed the toilet, so I went to use the one in the basement that was used for storage. As I was flushing the toilet, I heard high-heeled shoes walking down the stairs. I was washing my hands and popped my head out to check who it was, and clearly saw a woman with her hair in a bun. A 2-piece tweed-type jacket and skirt walking towards my room. I dried my hands and went to see what the person, who I was sure with how she was dressed was the deputy head, wanted me for. I walked into my room expecting to see her, but nobody was there. I thought she must have gone to the art room, so I walked a short distance and opened the door. Again, nobody was there. There was one way in and out of the basement, and nobody came back past me. I must admit, I was a little bit scared. I checked again, but nobody was there. I went upstairs, and that's where the deputy head's office was. I popped my head in and asked her if she had been down to the basement, but she hadn't. She clearly wasn't wearing tweed or having her hair in a bun. I went to the staff room and said to a colleague and friend that I thought I'd seen a ghost. I described what I'd seen and she told me to go and tell a specific member of staff. I went and told this teacher that I thought I'd seen a ghost. He immediately asked if she was wearing a two-piece tweed jacket and skirt and had her hair up in a bun. I was shocked. He told me he had seen her in the second floor hall outside of his classroom on a few occasions when he was working late. I was told that the caretaker and some cleaners had seen her as well. Safe to say, it took a while for me to venture down to the basement first thing in the morning to play drums for some time. I've had many other experiences at my parents' and friends' houses, but this is the only actual full apparition I've seen to date. I'm not sure when they started, but the oldest story I heard was about a month ago. One of the keepers was in the morning replacing the feeding stations for the birds. He said he started hearing something strange. It sounded like some kind of socializing, but none he had ever heard. He's worked there for ages and basically raised some of these birds. He knows them well. It's kind of scary how accurate he can be. He was able to determine the calls were coming from on top of an artificial rock thing, where he hid some equipment and controls for the building. None of the birds go up there because they're afraid of the motor for the waterfall. Unsurprisingly, when he went up there, he found nothing. Multiple of the night guards have heard things in there, and 2 have seen very tall figures standing up in this area. One guard said he was sitting outside and heard the sounds. He went in worried one of the birds was hurt because it sounded really strange. Going in, he was excited about this artificial cave we have that's under the rock thing, and he can hear light steps on top. He slowly steps out with his taser, and looking up, there, he says he saw a figure maybe 8 feet tall, humanoid, and starting to put over the aviary, looking around with a hunched posture. He said he didn't see him, but he called the cops. They searched the building, from the whole zoo, and nothing. The second guard had a similar experience, but the thing did seem to see them. But there were also 2 this time. Apparently, they threw something like a rock at her, but she couldn't find what they tossed at her. Unfortunately, and much to many of the staff's frustration for other reasons besides paranormal, the zoo has yet to set up any cameras in the building. But one of the cameras that are outside has picked up the sound once when it was particularly loud. Unfortunately, I'm just an admissions staff, so I don't have access to those cameras. But as we move into the off-season, the encounters have become so common, the administration is taking notice. Our own CEO heard it. Recently, there have been several items thrown at staff and guests. A bird was found dead like something squeezed to death. It was horrible, especially since the bird was such a sweet and well-known little fellow, and made lots of sounds. I know there are more, but to include all the stories would take forever. I have 2 experiences. My first was pretty basic, as I heard the vocalization. It was really strange and very loud. The scariest part was how all the birds went dead silent and the growled birds all went and hid. They aren't afraid of loud sounds normally, so that kind of freaked me out. The next was more interesting. I was walking through early in the morning and I got to the enclosure where we hold the iguana. Our iguana is pretty old and a pretty chill animal who has been at the zoo his whole life. He is such a sweet little animal and I love him to death. His enclosure is pretty open, and the only separation is the sturdy net over some bars that keeps the birds from picking on him mostly. I walk over, and the section of the net that is against the rock thing is being stretched up and onto it into the foliage, like someone was trying to rip off the top. I can't see what's pulling it, and when I holler asking who is up there, it springs back and there's no sound. I radio security and wait. There's no way off that it wouldn't be able to see who was up there if they tried getting down, or in the unlikely event, up. Security arrives and they look around at nothing. We check on the iguana and he's a bit stressed, but seems no worse for wear. Incidents are still going on as I speak. Today, I walked through and heard a call. I actually had to stop writing this because something just shoved a metal shelf off the top of there. So definitely something happening in there. And something very active. I don't know what else to say. I want to say it's a poltergeist, but it's so vocal and active. And the shadowy figures have been seen multiple times, so I'm wondering if it's very active shadow figures. This story was often told by my nanny, my mother's mother, and I think the story was passed on to her by generations. Spoilers, it might get long, and my apologies for my English, as it's a third language. Let's begin. This story belongs to the medieval times, when there used to be kingdoms in India. There were infamous gangs of thugs, also known as dacoits and/or bandits. They used to rob innocent travellers on isolated roads, many times often killing them. The kingdom of Marathas, now known as Maharashtra, state of India, were frustrated by one of such notorious gang of dacoits consisting of 5 to 6 members, and had a bounty on them. So this dacoits had a big loot one day and decided to take a refugee in an old house called the Wada, an old house structure mainly popular in Maratha community, and split the loot. The Wada was situated slightly out of an abandoned village in the middle of the jungle, and the area was avoided by other nearby villages due to the haunting story. A perfect hideout for the dacoits to pass the night. But it was not just an ordinary night. It was Amavasya, a new moon night. It is said in India the most of the paranormal activities enhances on this day. On top of that, it was raining. All in all, a deep, dark night. The dacoits were happy and celebrating their victory. Some of them were even drinking in one of the inner rooms of the Wada with one single oil lamp for light. As the night was slowly passing by, during their conversations and laughing and arguments, some of them started hearing a very low and strange voice of a lady singing. The song was something of a lori, kind of an Indian lullaby which mother sings. But they ignored it, as they first thought they were just hallucinating due to alcohol, or was just the raindrops or simply night creatures making weird noises. So they continued their talking. But after a while, the voice of the song became prominent. Even the one who didn't drink started hearing the voice. So 2 of them went to check the house with a hunch if someone might be spying on them. But they found nothing. At last, all of them came to a conclusion that they're just hallucinating and started their little party again. The celebration slowly started to grow into an argument as to who will keep what. The greed started playing its part. The argument started to turn into conflict, and the voices of them arguing started to break the early, deep, silent night. When all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a loud noise of a small baby crying came from a deep, dark room around the corner. All the dacoits who almost drew their weapons to fight froze. All of them started looking at each other, shaking with fear, and one of the gang members indicated their leader with his eyes of what to do. The leader, the man in his 50s, a hardcore criminal with nothing to fear attitude, not knowing of the situation he was facing, snapped out of it and shouted angrily, "Who's there? Come out, or we'll come over there and kill you and drink your blood." For a moment, all the dacoits holding their weapons, staring hard to see if they can find someone in that room. They got some courage because of their leader's words. The 2 of them who checked the Wada earlier and who happened to miss out that one single room looked at each other and decided to check the room for which the voice came. But as soon as they took 1 or 2 steps towards it, the cry of a little child started again. This time more prominent and striking, and all of a sudden, An angry loud voice of a lady came from that room. "How dare you wake my child up? Don't you see my child is trying to sleep? Get out of my wadder." It was at this moment all of them realised they've been disturbed something more sinister, something which they cannot kill with their mere weapons. All of them went into flight mode and started running in whichever directions they can. One of them died on the spot due to the shock. All of them started shouting loudly in panic, "Help, Mother Kali, Indian goddess. Help, help us." The cry was the same as their victims were during the loots, as if karma came to bite them back. All of them running into different directions due to panic and lost their way to exit the wadder. With no lamps to navigate or any source of light whatsoever, a simple big old rusty house became a maze for them. But somehow they managed to escape. One of them, who knew the nearby village, somehow managed to reach there. Coincidentally, a unit of soldiers who were tracking the dacoits were in the same village. They caught him immediately, or rather this terrified thug who was wounded all over, due to cuts and bruises because of running into the jungle crazily. Surrounded immediately, shaking with fear, the dacoit told all the incident to the soldiers. Even though it was a good opportunity for the soldiers to track and catch them all by the night, they decided not to do so, as they were scared too. No one had the courage to go to that wadder, so they decided to visit it when the sun rises. The villagers who were listening to the dacoits started chanting mantras and praying to the gods. One of the elderly who knew better then told the reason behind the voices in the wadder. Long time ago, there lived a rich Savkar, a rich landlord, in what now abandoned village. The Savkar, being a middle-aged man, married with kids, started an affair with a poor young girl and made her his Rachel, mistress. He kept her in that wadder, which was slightly out of the village, but the girl wanted to have a family with the man and hide the truth about her pregnancy. When the Savkar found out, he panicked, and it would be against the society. Still, the girl insisted that they let the child born secretly, but soon enough, this secret was disclosed and Savkar's family came to know about the truth. It was said that the girl was killed in that very house, along with a young born infant, and the body is never to be found. A strange disease soon followed after the disappearance of that mistress, killing many children. People thought that it was the curse of that woman and tried each and every puja, godly prayers, to remove it. But it came to be of no use. People started leaving the village. It said that the Savkar got robbed of all his wealth. His family left him and he died a horrible death too. The sun soon arose and the soldiers, along with the dacoits and a few of the villagers and a pujari priest, went to the wadder. To their amazement, all the loot was still there, along with a dead body with a horrifying look in its eyes. The dacoit immediately identified him as their leader. The soldier quickly recovered the loot and the body and got out of there. It's said that all the dacoits got caught after a while, and they all shared the same story of the incident, and thus a strange justice was served. I think the dacoits and the landlord got what they deserved. I'm sorry that I don't have any actual evidence of whether this story actually happened or not, and if the story is too dark for the readers. As I mentioned earlier, this is kind of folktale passed on through generations. But I do trust my nanny. She surely kept me up all night scared with this story when I was a kid. I moved out to a new place in the same town about 2 years ago. It's a house that's about 50 or so years old, and I rebuilt some parts to make it more modern. The previous owners are still alive, so never went through the process of asking for the deed. It's a one-floor house, so you can hear pretty much everything from any point of the house, as long as it's mildly loud. There's one catch though. It's in the outskirts and the local graveyard. It's like 300 meters in a straight line from this house,
with a full view of it all the time, but we're not bothered by it. A few months back, I started seeing shadows on corners. Nothing too worrisome, since I've always seen those, so just put it aside. After this, my mum and I started hearing sounds from the attic. It's just a small space where all the cables, water heater, and AC main installations are. But we blamed it on some rats or bats, since it wouldn't be the first time we found one there. Then it started to go a little more. I was on my PC with my dog sleeping on my bed, and my mum watching TV in the living room. Suddenly, I hear a couple of knocks on the front door, and so does my dog because she starts to bark and we both head out. Note that she is a German Shepherd, so it's quite loud. We both head out just to find my mum casually on the couch, surprised, since she didn't hear anything. That scared me a bit since I was playing with headphones and heard it clear as day. Plus I couldn't be imagining things since my dog heard it as well. For the next 3 separate days, I was alone at home. 2 of them, my dog was inside. The first one, she was sleeping in my bed again, when I heard some screech coming from inside the house. I panicked, quickly got up and ran to the living room with all the lights on and the fireplace. The second one, my dog was on the living room on her own bed. When I heard it again, but this time instead of being more primitive, it kind of seemed that it tried to say my name, which made me freak out totally. To the point where I started talking back out loud, saying stuff like, "Come face to face, I know you're here," but with no response. The last time, it was just again the more primitive one, but I didn't react. Neither of the 3 times my dog heard anything, or at least she didn't react. The last one was this last week. A similar scenario as the first knock, but I was on the couch, my mum on her PC working and my dog outside. We both heard a loud and what seemed a malicious bang on the door. Picture yourself as if someone angrily banging on your door, but it was just one time. Mum comes out of the room and stares at me, and I proceed to go out to check. But as you can expect, nothing, and my dog is sleeping at her house. We didn't consider doing any cleaning nor calling the priest, since nothing bad has happened. We both believe that there was something else, but we're not Catholics. I don't know if it may be one or some spirits that come to visit us, since again, we live pretty close to the graveyard, and before us, the house was inhabited for some years. What worries me is the fact that it may have followed me from the last home, and it's attached to me since it said my name once. And to my knowledge, nothing happened there when I'm not home. This happened when I was about 12 years old, and back in my home country, Guyana. It wasn't uncommon at the time for small, impoverished villages to be held up by gangs or bandits for money, resources and gold. With that said, my village was closer to the outskirts of Georgetown, and therefore easier to ransack. Things quickly got out of hand because our village leaders wouldn't give anything up without a fight, which caused the gang to start shooting up the village, specifically going for the village leaders. There was a lot of collateral damage, and many innocent people lost their lives that day, and I could have been one of them. After hearing the first couple shots from outside, my family and I decided to flee, but we got split up due to all the commotion and craziness of hundreds of people trying to escape into the jungle. I found myself all alone running for my life with a group of adults, one of which happened to be the leader that initiated the argument with the bandits. Naturally, the bandits started shooting in our direction, and I watched as people started to drop on either side of me. To give you some context, I had chronic asthma as a child, and this was the longest I had ever run at full speed. At the time, I believed that my will to live is what kept me running, but that changed when I noticed the sun was becoming abnormally bright, to the point I had almost zero visibility. I started to panic because I thought that my body was going to give out on me. All of a sudden, that bright light concentrated into a single form next to me, and when I looked next to me, I saw a man running at my side. but it looked like his legs were going extremely fast in comparison to my speed, to the point that he was creating an after image with each stride. He looks at me and smiles, then clear as day I can hear him say, "Just keep running. We're almost there and you're doing great." The man was wearing a golden half helmet and metal material boots that went up to his knees, along with a white and gold leather vest, and he had an intense glow. I felt so powerful and safe in that moment because he emanated confidence. I then heard a shot very close behind me, so he gently pushed my arm. When I blacked out and woke up in Georgetown General Hospital, everyone kept asking me how I got all the way from my village to the hospital on my own. I had no logical answer. When we moved to the States and I started going to high school, I took up a special interest in mythology, especially Greek and Norse mythology. When I read about Hermes and saw depictions of him in books, I immediately thought that they look extremely similar in terms of description. It absolutely gave me chills, and I've been thinking about it for years, especially because I want to represent my Guyana in the Olympics for track. If it wasn't Hermes that helped me that day, what other deity or person could it have been?